Good evening. Do you know? It occurs to me that you could not hear me during that last part, in which I said no because I accidentally leaked my face unexpecting, like always. Brightness on this TV is cranked all the way up from some endeavor, some Wii U related endeavor. I don't remember what. I love the GIF I have in the background, but it's looping just a little too awkwardly. And it's a little too visible with this giant of a screen. I could make really narrow chat. I might have to do that. Or at least more narrow. See how it works. That's real narrow. Unless it doesn't look quite right. I don't think it really formatted right. Really? We can't. It's certainly better, but I think it's still cut off. Can't go any more narrow than this. This is gonna take a second. I mean, not that much of a second, but I've got a few things to do here. Oh, it really is. Cut off. Well, I can do some too. Mini chat? Ow. I really want this mini chat, but it's formatted weird. We're at maximum mini. It's not that bad, but it's not right. It's not right. Now it's just more visible. I'm starting to like how this looks, though. It's a really small shot. I like how this looks, though. If the looping GIF becomes frustrating, let me know. I can swap it out. I love that thing, though. It's not a very natural loop right now. If you even heard me, the video capture device was at max volume. Yeah, sorry, I just caught that. You probably couldn't even hear me. That is not remotely the range that I use. Why is it not accepting the thumbnail? You know there's a thumbnail. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I need that back. Time for the audio offset. Sponsored by Ford. This is America Football. climb, Pico 8, climb, Pico 8, climb, Pico 8. It's pretty damn good. We might be on time. I think I need a tiny bit more offset. Good evening. Good evening, Robbie. Climb, Pico 8. Climb, Pico 8. Climb, Pico. Yeah, in a game like this, we'll probably notice if the audio is not quite right, but, you know, it was already pretty good, and I made it one step more synced, so I'd rather start now and maybe fuss with it once it is more clear. Give me just 1 second. Alright. Time to go up the hill again. Good evening, Noreen. Happy Celeste month. There's this part of me that's like, oh boy, I'm sitting down for 4 nights in a row of streaming. No, no, no. 5 weeks of singular nights. I probably just made the loudest noise on the planet shuffling my chair over. I just put it down a little bit too firmly. Why? Whoops. Celeste month's only going to be a second long because I'm just going to run Pico 8. Not that I've ever finished Pico 8. Not me. Oh. Pico 8 is the kind of like the beta or prototype Celeste. It was what they made for the game jam in the weekend where they invented Celeste. They included it in Universe as like a game you can unlock and play if you find it on a little desktop PC in one room. For 1 year, they refused to make Celeste 2, but in 1 year for something, maybe the anniversary or maybe April Fool's, they made Pico 8 too. They actually expanded on this, but not Celeste. Celeste Origins. Ugh. A throwback to the 4-bit era of mountain platformers with transgender characters. I heard there was actually there was a teacher who got arrested because she was being accused of grooming kids because she was trans, of course, and she taught them how to run Pico 8 on their calculators. It was a really big deal in Omaha. That is a complete fabrication. I'm testing out being an asshole for the new year, which is also a fabrication. You can't wave dash in this. This doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like... Oh, okay. Well, I've done this room many times. Everything except for the tragedy. The Omaha tragedy should be true. You have to use walls kind of creatively in this game of Celeste. Okay, I need to focus. Sorry, Pico 8. Okay. Good evening. Let me take a check on sound levels just because I feel like things went too well. I need to make sure that I'm not screwing anything up. I think we need a little bit more game audio. Video capture. Yeah, just a bit more. Okay, I mean, audio seemed good. Let me know. I mentioned this to the people who were here when we were setting up. Let me know if the GIF in the background becomes distracting because it has a kind of awkward reset. I just haven't got a better GIF yet, but I really like this background, so I'm gonna try it. But it loops pretty often, like very often when you pay attention. But if you're not paying attention, it might be fine. Okay, so I guess we have to start. I have so much genuine trepidation. Oh, somebody has to die. Somebody has to die. Wow, what years were these? This was 5 years ago. This was my first one that I did. Um, this was probably 2020, and this is probably 2021. Wow, 5,000 deaths compared to 1,000. 7 hours. Oh, 13 more hours. 24 hours. I think this is the least sentimental, but it has the most unlocks and stuff. Yeah, last year's I didn't play that much, so I might just delete last year's. Half the time, but like almost all the same amount of strawberries. I'm sure. Oh crap, I had a name. Oh yeah, I know. Wait, oh, I wanted to change her name. No. Quit. Yeah, I never wanted to play this game. Yeah. Wait, I haven't perfected this yet. I'm just gonna shoot my first thought. Madivania. That was more fun in my head. Mellowin. That one's kind of fun. It's like a little bit fun. Mellowin, Madivania, Madalania. That I like. I like Madalania. That's very silly. I think that gives me enough of something. This is it, Madalania. Just breathe. Why are you so nervous? Man. This game does be kind of pretty. Yes, I heard. Like half the buttons on the controller do that, because all the other half are jump. Or boost. No, I guess it's a little bit more even than that. But I'm pretty sure every shoulder button will do it. Yep. Excuse me, ma'am. The sign out front is busted. Is this the mountain trail? You're almost there. It's just across this bridge. By the way, you should call someone about your driveway. The ridge collapsed and I nearly died. If my driveway almost did you in, the mountain range might be a bit much for you. Well, if an old bat like you can survive out here, I think I'll be fine. Suit yourself. But you should know, Celeste Mountain is a strange place. You might see things. Things you ain't ready to see. You should seek help, lady. Oh god. There we go. There we go. Tutorialized. If you're playing this, you might need to seek help. You can do this. Now that's a tutorial. It is 23 seconds long. Doo-doo-doo. This might be the help that we're seeking. You have to consider all angles of a problem. So, this is my, 4th? 5th? No, so this is my 5th time playing this game. Because we have 3 files on here. Yeah, I played twice last year. I was kinda hungry, wasn't I? The big change this year is, well, it's the 5th anniversary, which is definitely neat. I'm really feeling it. But, also, I've just been playing more platformers generally lately because of Donkey Kong. I'm still working on my end of the year videos, which are obviously not going to come out for New Year's at this point, but, I'm probably just gonna take my time. I'm not quite sure how much editing I'm gonna get done on weekends this month, but I really like the project. I've put a lot of energy into the scripts already, and the music playlist I'm working on is nearly done, and I really like it, so I'm not gonna rush the rest of the way. But what is the purpose of this area here? I think there's a reason to get up there. What is the purpose of this? So I am still working on my end of year best of 2022 videos, but you will see in there that I quite enjoyed Monkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. That was my first time playing a Donkey Kong game. Or even just like sitting down and playing a platformer proper since Celeste, and I loved it. I am a gigantic Donkey Kong Country fan now, so now for the first time ever I actually have another platformer series to compare this to, which I have never previously had. Used to be my only platformer game I really played. That wasn't like you know, action platformer, exploration platformer, just straight up platforming. It's probably best that I do think about this. I think moving? Is it holding or is it moving? There's one thing particularly that will drain your stamina out here when you're holding, and there's a way to fall faster and fall less fast. Climbing straight up wasn't bad. Look, we're doing science. I got to the second line that way. I think I got less high just mashing jump before. Yeah, I get less high doing that. That's interesting that... Oh, right, I'm thinking of if there's a, if you can jump between 2 walls, that's the best way to preserve energy. In this case, I don't really know for straight up climbing. Weirdly, it seems like just straight up climbing is the best, which kind of feels the best. They are! No, you have no idea. They're going to be hanging out in the water cooler for years. Telling stories about strawberries, bananas, even. Oh, I got very high that time. I've obviously been to this room many times, but I don't remember why there's this really tall area. In an exploration game, I would say that this is the behind of something over here, but I don't think that it has any reason to be that. It is not. Ooh. Yeah, some years I'm very comfortable doing this maneuver, the like wave dash. They do sometimes call it a wave dash, at least in out of the game stuff. Where you dash to the ground, kind of send yourself forward. It's not cheating, it's more just like an advanced way to do the normal stuff, which is you know, the game intends on it. It's not like for sequence breaks or anything, but it can make things a lot easier and different. Which the more games I play, the more I appreciate. Metroid sequence break stuff is so janky. Like, you use moves that you would never ever know about. Whereas this is like, yeah, I could think about wave dashing if I was just meddling around on my own. I didn't discover it naturally. Somebody told me. You know, once you figure it out, it feels pretty natural compared to stuff like the Metroid Dread Skip is this like slide jump thing. But the game teaches you it, which is nice. But yeah, I think this is more than a sequence break gimmick because you can use it throughout the whole game and it makes everything different. And there's even like degrees of getting it right. Like you can there's words like hypers, supers, the speedrunners. When is AGDQ? You know, sometimes people can chain momentum between levels and stuff. Sometimes you lose your jump by your timing. Sometimes you keep it. It's fun to mess with. There have been years where I've really relied on it. Some where I haven't really been able to. Yeah. Melovania becoming increasingly normal. Mascot becomes a completely normal smoothie flavor. Okay. Feels so early for Theo. Oh there, fellow traveler. Oh. Hi. What a killer night for a hike. I guess so. This place is so crazy. I kind of can't believe it exists. Not the easiest climb, is it? But I guess that's what I was looking for. Whoa, that sounds pretty serious. I'm just happy to see another human in such a lonely place. I'm Theo, by the way, an adventurer from a far-off land. Not much of a talker, are ya? Mysterious lone wolf type. I get it. I'll just imagine some dark backstory for you. Hey, sorry. I'm Madalenia. My parents didn't care very much about me. I've got a lot on my mind. Well, Madalenia, I'd say you've come to the right place. I'm freezing my toes off, but I can't imagine a better place to be for some quiet reflection. Yeah, maybe you're right. What far-off land do you hail from? Well, my inquisitive compatriot, I doth hail from the mystical, exotic kingdom of Seattle. It sounds like a special place. Welcome back to Theo. This place is wild. Why would an entire city be abandoned? I read that some mega corporation started building it, but then no one wanted to live here. I wonder why. My money's on government cover-up. What a waste to build all of this for no reason. At least we get to enjoy the leftovers. Are you here to explore the city? Yeah, I have a thing for abandoned places. And I like to think of myself as a budding photographer. Oh, really? Cool. Do you have a blog or something? A blog? Madalenia. Everyone uses Instapics now. I'm Theo Understars. Look me up. He is actually, after they were done with this, they made an Instagram for him where they posted some art, and it's really cute and actually expands the lore and stuff like that. It is, it was very satisfying to search it and find it. This terrain is pretty tricky. Are you turning back soon? Nope, I'm heading for the summit. I can really see the determination in your eyes. It's inspiring. If you say so. I bet you can make it to the summit too. Maybe. I don't really care about reaching the top, TBH. Oh, but I heard there are some legit old ruins beyond the city. Like 1800s legit. I know it's risky, but I have to see them for myself. What's that thing you're saying right before? What's that thing you say right before you do something irresponsible? Throw caution to the wind? No, that's not it. Oh yeah. YOLO! This felt outdated in 2018, and now I think this is the sole thing keeping the phrase YOLO in my ear. Like, it doesn't come up that often. Roy chickens. Maybe they wanted to make that joke and then they chickened out. Roy chickens. I've never heard somebody point that out. Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, just slightly. Oh, that strawberry was not quite done. That's a real building. It's very defined, kind of set apart. It has its own decor and stuff. Yeah. That was not the direction I was pressing. I was pressing the other way like a coward, but something glitchy made me brave. Am I doxing people? I think I am. Sorry if you play games. I know I can do this. Yeah. By which I mean I think I could. Maybe. Probably not. That did work, but it was fraught. I think you can say fraught. I mean, it's like not worth anything in the end. I think you say fraught then. Oh. Oh, one of these moments already. This one took me a long time to figure out. Some of these puzzles are like... It's taken me forever. I don't really have much of a guess on some of them. I always say I'd like to figure them out, but it's not really easy. I'm gonna guess yellow. Yeah! It's, I guess I won't spoil it, but... So, I think the only one that, like, I super don't know is Chapter 6? Chapter 7 is more like... There's like super bonus hidden areas in the different areas of Chapter 7. And that seems kind of tame. But I don't understand Chapter 6's logically. It's another color one. There's like pieces missing. I have no idea. But each year I get wiser. And do slowly but surely play more puzzle games. Is this worth it? No, I think I need to go up. Oh. Each year the cynical billboards kind of get funnier too. Now this is a real car. It's just a car. That was not the decision. That was not the moment. Oh, that was great. Actually, no, I probably only got my hair reset because of the door. Yeah, I haven't really been getting the hair reset dash. Whoops. never been beach ready, and I'm not beach ready now. We're always beach ready. In a way that, predates the criteria. Having a body means you can go in the water, or even touch the sand. That's good. Meh. Don't quite remember. Every year I kind of forget the idea here. That's a good one. That's a great one. Yeah, that's the easy one. I usually do it some hard way, and that's why I never remember. No! Don't trap me. Okay. I don't remember which of these ways is like the permanent way forward. Oh, it might have been that. No? Okay, good. Great. It just carried me over and I was like, cling! Please keep me safe. I couldn't think of a way not to get like bounced backwards or something by the pink, so I was just like in the moment not sure what to do. I was like, I'll just grab it when it comes. I'll grab it and then it can't throw me. Not quite. Oh. No way! That's a big bonding moment! Oh my god, that's my favorite. Ugh. After we finished up the last stream last year, which was probably the second one, I think we just did 2 streams for the story. Awesome Games Done Quick, the like big speedrunning event, was going, and they were doing their Celeste run, which is very transgender every year. And that was a really big moment. Like, we were really having a good time here. You saw the ending of the game for the first time. I was just very happy. And then I went there, and it was just really nice. I think like the creator sent a message in. The speedrunner was probably trans or non-binary, and oh, sorry. Those are not mutually exclusive things to me. Sorry. Whoa. Redirection. This is the melee of platforming. Yeah, no, it was just like a very trans moment and like cool, like from the fans to the organization to the creators. Everybody was involved and very positive, and I just got this really warm community video gamey feeling. Although to be honest, it may have not been Celeste. I think maybe it was a Deltarune run and they were giving away a copy of Celeste or something. And I don't know, I just got this very strong, like, aw man, I love indie games. I love gaming community. It felt so warm on a January night. So I love when Celeste can bring people together. It's just the perfect little thing for it. It's so catchy. It's a simple little thing. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, well, this memorial dedicated to those who perished on the climb. I'm getting random emo music from last year, like kind of algorithmed at me by Spotify. Songs that it knows that I like, but aren't actually in this playlist because the playlist is done. So I'm just gonna get random hardcore memories from the last year since playing this game. I was just thinking something I could talk about all night is my thesis, obviously. While we're doing Celeste month, I'm going to be doing full-time weeks. I'm on winter break right now, and I have to have my thesis done in a month. So, this is my first week of getting up each day and working on my transgender Lily project. And, wow, I could talk forever. I think it'll probably be hard not to talk about it all night for every stream. But one thing I'm catching is I thought that it was fun and cute that I was doing Celeste for this because I'm like, oh, Celeste month will motivate me because it's about doing something hard and it's wintry. I completely forgot that it's also transgender. I was gonna say like, oh man, I've been talking about trans stuff all day and it just keeps going. And I'm like, oh yeah, you picked a trans game to run. Stream. One sec, I've got a message. Who's blooping me? Oh, Liz. Sorry. I'm like very notification sensitive right now because I got so many stressful notifications yesterday. Every time my phone goes off, I'm like, anything could be in that message. January is the time of year where you hear stuff that, find out stuff that sets the tone for your whole year. It's a very challenging month. I'm exhausted. There's a 100% guarantee the game will not crash on the pop-up cards at the end of each chapter this time. I'm playing on Switch instead of my computer. This might have been a mistake. Nothing has crashed my computer yet besides streaming this Celeste. But streaming Celeste is the only thing that's pushed it over its limit. I haven't done that even once since last year. I just got a message from Amper Sensei about applying to camp next summer. I got to decide in the next couple of weeks to work at the camp I always talk about again, and I didn't want to. I was back to not wanting to when we were talking about it last on stream. Now I'm back to like wanting to because I do want to emotionally, and the logistics seem like they're almost kind of there, almost with the jet program, but I just need like one more week of really honing my intention before I throw myself at that. Absolutely. Absolutely. There is somebody who found my Tumblr and is just feasting. I've decided to let him go. Just do his thing because he's been respectful. It's my first time having somebody just like chow down on my Tumblr. And I looked and he does it to everybody he follows. Like, just everybody he follows. He has like 20 posts in a row reblogged from them after he comes online, which makes me feel better. I'm like, okay, you just, you really interact with the people you follow. But there were days where I was like, this Rouse icon won't stop giving me notifications, like 70 at a time. So I had to find out how to do that normally. Now I'll just open it and I'll be like, Ralsei's at it again. And I'll have like every single thing that I'm into reblogged. And I'll be like, I guess we have super similar tastes. He doesn't interact with my personal posts or comments. So I'm like, okay, this seems fine. This seems fine. But at first I was like, I don't want you obsessing over me right now. Sometimes it happens. An eternal symbol. Truly. Wow, this is beautiful. I think a sequel would really be natural and good. It's just like, you know, it fits really well with like ending work around then too after I graduate, and I think it works with the JET program. I literally don't know if they told me that I need to go to the city for orientation in the week before I get deployed, or the day that I depart. We're not gonna know if we're leaving in like late July or August until it happens, so it's hard to plan this kind of thing that ends in mid-July and is very committal, being in the middle of the country. I talked to somebody, and it seemed like she told me I had nothing to worry about regarding doing this job and departing for their program. But her wording was so vague, and she hasn't gotten back to me. I can't tell if I could do this freaking orientation like in May and just have it over with, or if I like have to find out mid-work when I'm being sent to Japan, buy a goddamn plane ticket, and then do the orientation within a week of that. I can do it. I mean, I can do it. It's just like, it seems like somebody should be like, that's too many things too close together. But hey, maybe this is what it's like when you're living this life. Assuming I get accepted. Once we're done with the thesis, we can worry about interviews. This isn't TMI at all. This is not remotely TMI for a YouTube channel that is public. Why? Oh, whoa, wow. I keep doing this. I swear, my ping controller can screw up, but I swear it's not my controller. I keep doing weird back presses and reversing myself. It'll probably be funny to look at afterwards, actually. I did it again. Are you doing that now? You're not applying for a postdoc right now, are you? Yeah, a lot of factors get thrown in the air. Bye. Okay. Academics in 2011 keeps getting me. I keep talking to people who are like, oh yeah, you know, 10 years ago I studied this. And I'm like, uh-huh. And I'll look at papers that were written 10 years ago and I'll be like, okay, good, this is relevant. And then I'll remember like, oh, I was in 7th grade when you're telling this story. All the time. People will be telling me stories about like, you know, the early 20s or 40s or something. And I'll be like, oh yeah, 2011, I get it, that was recent. And I'm like, oh, I was a preteen when this was happening, wasn't I? I was literally just about to say that I wish there were more chances to use fun mechanics like this. And then I remembered the B-sides. Uh-oh, that's over. Yeah, that didn't mean anything. The story is super simple. Princess Peach got captured. This is a downright desolate song. I guess it's okay. A little, kind of. Oh my gosh, yeah, Love Live was still a little embryo. Oh my gosh, yeah, I was so stressed and just like having so many little micro phases in December that I forgot about that awesome week where I was watching Love Live Superstar with no subtitles. My first time watching anime with no subtitles. And like hitting like 70-80% like understanding. It was so fun and fulfilling, and I just like, I don't know, another project happened, I got distracted, needed a new thing to think about for comfort. I was having a really good Love Live phase. Oh my god, the Niji! Oh my god, I'm so glad you saw my reaction to the Niji-on anime. I'm guessing it's like somewhere, like I'm guessing a streaming platform has it. I was kind of waiting to see the episode on YouTube, then I realized, oh no, it's probably not a web series. It's probably a Crunchyroll thing now. I can't believe, just from what I saw in the ending, how much I like the animation style. Crunchyroll! I was reflecting on all the things that got announced during, like, the Golden Month thing, where, let me say, so I started playing Symphony of the Night, see if I can get this in order. I started playing Symphony of the Night. They announced the deep cut, and they created more of the Splatoon 3 stuff a few days later. Kirby's Dream Buffet came out around this time. Very shortly after, Disgaea 7 got announced, about 4 years sooner than we were expecting it, so that was a thing. Around this time, I'm forgetting a bunch, because that's how crazy it is. Nijiyon Anime got announced around this time. A little bit later, the Mars Volta, who broke up for 10 years, put out their album. Muse put out their album, my favorite band from when I was a baby. Put out an album at this time. There's a Nintendo Direct that made a remake of one of my absolute favorite games, Return to Dreamland, which was only a fantasy before this, much like the Nijiyon Anime was exclusively a very indulgent fantasy that got confirmed at this time, and Splatoon 3 came out at this time, and yeah, I don't really need to add much more to that. I really don't. It was absurd. Every day a new thing came out, and I just, like, I had the Tumblr meme of, like, person shooting a person, and then the person in the balcony shooting them in the church. Like, I was going numb from how many important announcements were coming out at this time. Or even just, like, things straight up coming out. Like, a new, like, 10-year breakup Mars Volta album, new Muse album. Oh my god, Splatoon 3 came out in this time. I think Pierce the Veil started doing their singles for the new album at this time. This is 1 month. This is a 1 month span. See you, Juno. Are you getting good food for the family? Yeah, it is a lot. Because it's not even the quantity. It's also the quality. Like, these are absolutely some of my favorite things in the world. And also the quality of, like, it wasn't just another Mars Volta album. I thought that band broke up when I was a freshman in high school. Forever. 10 years ago plus. Splatoon 3 having idols that are emo, or like Splatoon 3 having idols that are my undergrad and my grad school gender. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking Nijiyon and Return to Dreamland get forgotten a lot when I go through this, but both of those were explicitly fantasies of mine. I would fantasize about having Return to Dreamland on the Switch. I never thought it would happen. I would fantasize about a proper anime treatment, short anime, for Nijiyon. I never thought it would happen. It's been years. It's been years. This happened within like a week of each other. And now this year rocks. Oh my god, this year rocks. Gaming compared to last year is a little bit light in the Nintendo side, but the indies are pretty great. Earthblade, this game's follow-up, isn't going to be there like I thought it was, but Silk Song seems to be happening. That's hard to remember. Hollow Knight's getting sequeled. There's a game I'm really excited about. There's a tactics game with a really cool style that I like coming out this year too. Oh, where'd this song go? Yeah, I love that song. Where is it? Where'd it go? Yeah. Yeah, I love this song. Oh my god, that is a sweet memory. Oh my god, that's right. I cobbled together all of the content we really had for all these girls, because all we had was, yeah, PDP, Love Live Perfect Dream Project. All we had was, like, their introductory videos and little Seiyu stuff like that. Oh my god, that is a throwback. 2019 vintage. Madalenia, darling, slow down. Who said that? Oh, I'm simply a concerned observer. Are you... me? I'm part of you. Why would part of me look so creepy? This is just what I look like, okay? Deal with it. Sorry, I didn't mean... forget about it. I can't tell you what a relief it is to finally get out of your head. But look, I'm worried about us. We need a hobby, but this? I know it sounds crazy, but I need to climb this mountain. You are many things, darling, but you are not a mountain climber. Who says I can't be? I know it's not your strong suit, but be reasonable for once. You have no idea what you're getting into. You can't handle this. That's exactly why I need to do this. Are you the weak part of me or the lazy part? I'm the pragmatic part, and I'm trying to be diplomatic here. Let's go home together. Yay! Oh, this game never gets old. Damn it. Such a good premise for a boss fight. That could have taken me out. Oh, Pinky's going down. Pinky's going down. Now we're getting actual Joy-Con problems. Uh-oh. Peace. That was actually not intentional per se, but it wasn't a glitch. I'm really, like, hungry for the B-sides now. I just realized that wasn't a glitch necessarily. That might have been the block that it didn't say. Inventing a new genre of indie games we like to call therapy core. There's like that whole, well, there already is that whole like wholesome, quirky indie game for like relaxing subgenre, like the Stardew Valleys. Now we have like the straight up like therapist terms, therapy symbolism genre. That was a mistake. As if all the indie games aren't all about trauma already. But this one's about dealing with it in a very, I think, practical way. Oh, there's something I used to understand that I don't understand now. I remember last year I had to just give up on it and I was frustrated. We're about to get to it. Oh yeah, it's that. It's totally that. Oh crap. I don't get a jump? I have to jump while I'm coming out. Pretty sure I can get up there. It's pretty tempting. There we go. That's not what I wanted, really. Huh? Hello? Oh, that's the normal way back? Oh, I still want to investigate up there. What? Sparkle? Did that sparkle? No. I mean, I'm not really at that much of a loss if we don't unlock everything. When I was debating doing 2 streams a week, which I definitely cannot do, I thought maybe we would do, like, C-sides if we get to them, but, I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna get through all the B-sides we unlock. B-sides can take a long time, so it doesn't matter if we don't do 100%, but I do want to get these puzzles. I mean, this seems to be all I can do, but I really thought, it's like when you're looking for something in one room, you convince yourself it's in the other. That's me with these 2 dimensions for this puzzle. I got kind of lucky escaping there. Yeah, that's something that kind of stresses me out. I don't exactly know how my streaming situation is going to be in Japan. Well, I've talked about that, though. I mean, in some ways it might be great if I have a TV, which is so funny. I'm like, man, will the Drift program let me have a TV? I think so. I think whatever they put me up in will be furnished, and if it's furnished, I think it'll have a TV. So, like, probably. In which case I can use my capture card, which would be neato for sure. Neato burrito, per se. But, the song changed. Um, well, I already have the strawberry. Yeah, it's tricky to imagine bringing any extra hardware, you know? Like, even my mic, I'm kind of like, But I want to stream, you know? We've talked about, like, the time differences and stuff. Certainly gonna try. It's grounding. One thing, unfortunately, is, part of why I'm so notification averse, is I found out yesterday that I need a 3.0 average to graduate. I did not know that. Of course, I didn't worry about getting a 3.0 when I got in here, but I saw some stuff about how you can't get C's in grad school, and usually I don't, but with my language courses, sometimes I do, and I even tripped up this semester because I got so sick and all the pressure was on me, and I really botched it with another course that I really wasn't respecting, frankly, because it was an undergrad course I was just pretty much auditing, but I got 2 C's, and I was like, can I graduate? And none of my professors were very clear with me beforehand, so I didn't know. And I was like, oh, you're just catastrophizing, don't worry. And then I was like, let's just give it a check in case we're not catastrophizing. And I found out you need a 3.0 GPA. So one of my professors let me move my B- up to a B with some makeup work, but that prompted me to be like, hey, what about the professor who's sticking me with C's? And, yeah, one guy didn't report my grade from the first semester yet, which may have been an A. And I only need, like, 1 or 2 A's here with these last 3 classes with his thing. And if they give me a grade on my thesis each semester, I might just be getting easy A's for that because I did my research well, and that would even it out fine. Realistically, I'm at, like, a 3.1 or something right now, and that's not knowing a mystery grade that's probably an A. So I'm probably fine, but it is fucking stressful going from 3 months of blowing my brains out on this school, you know, doing everything I can at my absolute limit, to find out, oh, by the way, now that you're almost done, you have to get B pluses all around. Which, like, you know, no pressure. I'm sure you can, but you have to. It's scary. It's really stressful. So I think I might only be able to do, monthly streams this spring versus every other week, which is a pretty big bummer, but I think it'll make a big difference for getting my work done well, because things are stressful in my other work, my side job, and I just hit go on a big vacation, which will take part of my week in February up to see my parents, and I'm worried about getting sick. I'm worried about having already budgeted missing classes for that. I'm trying to see a concert, so I might have to miss a class for that. I'm stressed, man. I'm stressed. Like, I can do it. It's right there. It's very much more in my range of doing than last semester was, but it is just stressful. It's like walking a narrow path when you're hiking or something. And it's like, oh yeah, you're not gonna fall, but if you did fall, you would die. Like, I really don't like it. I really don't. I probably didn't think I'd be struggling for a 3.0, but here we are. Thank you for saying that, Marian. It's really me. I kind of give myself these panics where I feel like I'm not going to... I give myself these panics where I kind of forget that, like, there's lots of other factors, you know? And, like, yeah, nobody warned me about this, because frankly, it's probably not going to be an issue, and there's going to be things that'll help average it out, and I'll have to really screw up, and, as long as I don't get another C, I think that's fine, which, you know, I'm going to have to really work to make sure my language class does stay above a C+, ideally above a B-, but I'm saying aim for B-, because that's realistic right now. Oh, it's just tough. My department's not that great. It's really not, unfortunately. It can be overly hard and overly easy in really weird, unintentional ways. Yeah, all that to say, in the spirit of C's, we will do an August Celeste stream. Madlenia, are you calling from a payphone? Yeah. No, wait, you called me. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. I'm in trouble. I'm being chased by someone. I don't really understand what's going on, but I know I'm in danger. I can feel it. Madalena, you only call me when you're panicking in the middle of the night. You don't have to make up some ridiculous story just to get my attention. I'm not making it up. You always do this. Shh, it's all right. Calm down. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Talk to me. I'm climbing Celeste Mountain. I found this old mirror, and it shattered, part of me escaped, and... I'm dreaming, aren't I? Madalenia, of course you're dreaming. I haven't spoken to you in months. Why would I start now? Ugh, why am I even climbing this stupid mountain? I'm wondering the same thing. It's time to give up and go home. Easy L. I think you're probably very right about that. I think you're speaking very well to my experience on the difficulty curve. Is this Dance Gavin Dance? Stop giving me Dance Gavin Dance songs that I like. Yeah, back to the playlist. Hey, Madalenia, you made it. Climbing up here was tough, but totally worth it. Just look at these ruins. I took so many great pics. Want to see? Oh, sure. I bet they're real abandoned looking. Theo, these are great. What I wish is Theo Understars isn't actually pictures of abandoned places. That would have been a pretty funny touch. I'm pretty sure it's mostly just normal Instagram stuff. Maybe I'll finally hit 1,000 followers with these. Oh, we need to formally commemorate this occasion. Take a selfie with me. I don't know if that's such a good idea right now. Come on, it's easy. Like this. Sorry about that. Don't worry, I won't post that one. No, it's alright. You can post it. I'm just not photogenic. Madalenia, don't be so hard on yourself. No one looks good without a filter. Yeah, total normie. Casual, yet refined. What made you want to try photography? My grandpa was really into it. Apparently, he was semi-famous in the photography world. I don't know if I'll ever be that good at it, but it's nice to feel close to him. So you're determined to climb the entire mountain? Yeah, I told myself I would. I'm done breaking promises to myself. Life goals, I dig it. I doubt I'll make it to the top like you, but I'm not ready to turn back yet. Are you getting any data up here? I don't have a smartphone. Madalenia, I don't even know how to respond to that. This is a lot up here. I'm probably on my way to the blue heart. Yeah, I am. So this is a riddle. There's a dusty old book open on the table. A poem is written on the faded page. An apparition, not of this world, but because of it, lurking out of frame. Awake, my heart is a fortress. In dreams, I am vulnerable. Yeah, I don't get that at all. So one thing that I caught that I never thought of before is out of frame. Right now the blue heart is out of frame, like the screen. I've never thought of it that way. The thing is, it's not just like, oh, convincing yourself that the key is in the other room here. Awake, my heart is a fortress, in dreams I'm vulnerable. It sounds like you're supposed to find it when you're in sleep mode. But, we came here, or as far as I could get, in sleep mode. I always think, like, maybe, she has a thing where she falls asleep if we leave the game running long enough, but I don't really know. I've never seen it work. I think we tried it before. Let me grab thinking pizza. This pizza is ambitious enough to fill me, not with its size, as I always have very small pizzas on these streams, but with its character. It's got chicken, bacon, and ranch, and normal sauce, I think, and cheese. I'm thinking on Discord. Holy crap, I think an Owl House episode got leaked. Ooh, yeah. Oh, wow. Ooh. Oh, no. Wow, I hope things are okay. That sucks. The rat himself probably left it outside. Oh, anyhow, thinking. Alfredo on pasta is a very good plan, but I ran out of meatballs, and it got too slushy today for me to want to go out. Yeah, I just saw something about from the Discord or something from Liz. There was chaos, and the staff had to get involved. I'm thinking about putting the console to sleep. While it's out of frame. While having pizza. For real. For real, for real. I can't do both at once. That did not work. Well, the food. If you really think about this puzzle, I'm no good at word descrambling rumors. Word descrambling puzzles. I keep trying to use like the first letters of each row, but it just looks like anal into AI. That sucks. One more than the other. Like the fact that I'm not getting any meaning out of this makes me feel like it is a like Kira, do you know gods of death love apples thing, but it also does make sense. Like it makes, you know, sentences. Not of this world. It's dark. Okay, never mind. An apparition. So it might not be here, but because of it lurking out of frame. Lurking out of frame? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, anagrams. Looking at the stars. Stars are, they're beautiful. They look like snowflakes. I like them lots and lots. The Fibonacci sequence. It's on the golden helix. This is so sad. I'm like, oh, I'll just do it next year when I replay the dream part. And that's exactly what I tried to do earlier. I'm gonna start going insane over this. Look at that smoke in the background. That's awesome. That's such a cool feature. There's like a nice fog moving over everything. This is a song. Oh yeah. It's an album. Oh, a door. A door would be good. This is a lot of nothing. Theo, are you awake? He's awake. Can I go to sleep? What if I can fall asleep again? I'm so small. Bedtime. Not of this world. I swear, everything about it tells me that it's in the dream world. I've just never been able to find out how to get there. I'm just gonna have to give up. I swear it's in the dream world. Because that makes perfect logical sense. That blue heart isn't actually in this world. It is in the dream world. I mean, maybe the tricky part is that it's out of the frame. But if it's the room that I thought I got to, like, that's the only one that seems close. And I have no idea how you get outside of that room, if that's what it's suggesting. I need some action. I need much simpler thoughts. Shoot. It is a turf war. There might be people playing Splatoon. I'm like, turn in early for Splatoon. I want to play a little bit before I go to bed, but I also want to play a lot of Celeste. I need some sleep, though. I was planning on being like, yo, let's go till midnight, but I'm really tired these last couple days. It's hard thinking about gender theory all day. It just is. It's just really hard. Oh, it's flavors. Sour, sweet, and spicy. I really feel like Fry should just win this one, because sweet seems so much more universally popular than sour or spicy. But I'm seeing people say that, like, always Shiver and Big Man's teams are more popular, which is ridiculous to me. Like, it's ridiculous. Sour and spicy are more popular than sweet. Are you kidding me? That has to be the most popular this time. Hey, Mom. Madelania, what a nice surprise. How's your trip? It's okay, I'm just kind of overwhelmed. I'm listening to the most brutal, beautiful scream metal double bass right now while this conversation is happening. Oh no, are you having another panic attack? Focus on your breathing, honey. I'm here. What's going on? I always forget that those two characters call her on the phone. It is so sad that we didn't get these little things last year, the chapter complete arts. I know. One thing I found out is the way that they announced that the topic is with this, you know, the way that the bulletin board is going to look when they show it to you, where you choose. And they're consistent about who has which one when we do those. Like, what is it? I think left is always Shiver, center is always Fry, right is always Big Man, or something like that. It's always consistent, so you know immediately. Isn't it? This game is delightful. It looks like Earthblade has the same artist for the character designs. And there's another game in the Extremely OK Games universe called Towerfall that comes before this. I could even pull that up just to show some characters, because I'm really procrastinating on wanting to do the hotel level. It's just like so much more in depth, and I would rather do a B-side and just be spicy. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I don't know if anybody else is here, but we're making a little culture pit stop here. Field trip. Where I'm gonna play Towerfall and show you the character designs, as long as they have this artist, have been pretty... At least have I even played this on this? It has no online... It's like a multiplayer game. It has no online multiplayer, so I've never really played it with anybody, but it's fun as hell. Oh, they haven't changed this one yet. Rip. Yeah, it's been 5 years. I can do whatever I want. Yeah, this is actually the first game from her studio. It's very cool. I had like a couple nights where I played this a lot on my own, doing like the single player content, but it's not really substantial. Not that I finished it. It's so cool! Yeah, co-op versus... I guess co-op. I'll do trials. Yeah, here we go. So here are some characters. So... I'm trying to think. I thought they had character portraits. Like, you can kind of see how it's the same. Yeah, obviously, we have the DLC. They look so good. Oh, she has her face. You know, you can kind of see how it's the same general style, but Earthblade actually has like a very similar style of character portraits, even more directly. She's a good one. It's been a while since I looked at this. Yeah, it's really similar. It's pretty fun. I'm gonna play a little bit, just for the hell of it. And yeah, the pixel art's really similar too. It's a nice style. They have a really nice style. This is a really fun game. I just never have a reason to play it. You really... Oh, Castlevania much. Oh my god. You really have to grab your arrows. It's like half of it. You have very little ammo, which I think makes it really fun. You've got similar stuff, like the the wall jump. I really like how they let stuff like that, like really fundamental stuff, bleed over from game to game. Even Earthblade looks kind of like a Celeste exploration game. It just feels similar, which is really cool. I can't believe I can say that now. Oh my god, I have not even somewhat emotionally processed December, so I completely forgot we have seen Earthblade gameplay, like teaser now. That's completely crazy. That is completely crazy. This isn't actually Dance Gavin Dance, right? God damn it. God damn it. I've hijacked the stream for Castlevania. I'll catch you. Hearing battle and, like, movement sound effects is so funny. I'm not usually one for this kind of thing, like a time trial or anything, but it's just so fun to play this game that... Dark World. Dark World. Oh, they got the realistic Joy-Con colors. If this gets high. There we go. Oh, danger. Oh shit. I want that. I want that. Okay. They're so cute, the little enemies are. I like the slimes. I got chicken bacon ranch stuck in my jaw. I mean, throat, I guess. Ooh. Stabby little Reaper. Come now. seems like because you get their eyeball stuck on the end of your arrow, you can't get multiple of them at once. Oh no! It's over. It's all over. Well, that's Towerfall. It is neat. I wish I had more moments where I've played it. The notifications lately are so top tier. My landlord sent a message because she's on the treadmill right next to my door. I don't know where she got the idea that I'm going to like burst out and fall over the treadmill, but I leave my room like once a day maximum on weeks like these. Alright. Yeah, it is neat. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Oh, we love hearing that. It's the 20th anniversary in 2 weeks on like the 20th or so. It's the 20th anniversary of Disgaea 1. I was playing a little bit of 1 actually this week because I have evenings off, which is crazy because it's winter break and I make my own hours. Until we hit true crunch, which I'm hoping not to with good foresight. I'm giving myself evenings off to rest so I don't get completely crushed by seasonal depression and working on the same project for 50 days straight. So I've actually been relaxing and not getting home from work just to do schoolwork until I break or the schoolwork breaks. And I had some time, so I actually played an RPG and I played Disgaea, and it was fun. But then in the morning I was like, man, is that really what I spent my evening on? I'm just realizing like it's this ongoing thing where I'm realizing like I like RPGs. They're like muscle memory. I love them. Like they're really neat. But I don't think I enjoy them generally as much as I do action and adventure type games now. But the issue is that they're so addictive and they're such big time sinks that it's easy to like, it gets its hooks in you and you're like, oh, you know what? I should actually just like take an hour off and just play this RPG. Like they take a lot of time, and I feel like they're more addictive for me. So I start to be like, no, it'd be such a good idea. It'd be such a good idea if I spent 30 hours this week on this RPG, and that is not a great combination for me. So I'm like, yeah, I could work on my RPG backlog, or I could have a great time working on my 2D action game backlog. So I picked it up. I was like, ooh, another story development with Etna and Laharl and Flan and the gang. And then I put it back down. That's always what this does to me. Wait, is this the B-side? Actually, yeah, I know it's the B-side. It's trying to kill me right now. Yeah, I have a lot of springs where I'll get into tactics games suddenly, and then my next thought is like, yeah, can I hide this? Can I hide this on my Zoom call? I did a lot of that in spring 2021. I got tendonitis when I like completely fell in love with Disgaea and tactics games. It's like it's a good time, but I don't enjoy them enough to really warrant the amount of time that I always want to give them. It's nice to have something that's not action as like a break, and it's nostalgic as hell to play RPGs, but I'm not willing to give all my time this season. Yeah, you gotta decide. Blech. I can't believe I'm doing this, which is going to be such a cold shower moment instead of going on to the next story section. This is brutal. Like, this is very hard, this first one. Like, there's some things you do in this. Whee! I play Donkey Kong Country. I can do this. Uh-oh. Yep, okay. Who cares? YOLO. Make everyone think I am a little bit older than I am with outdated memes. Ugh. This makes more sense to me than last year. A lot of times that little jump there, where you're grabbing the little pegs, is kind of hard to wrap my brain around. You have to go through a lot with a monkey to come out like this. My new favorite kind of YouTube video, and I watch a lot of YouTube, is people just weeping about Donkey Kong Country and how important it is to them. Welcome back. Welcome back. Did you pick up good food? Oh gosh. Oh yeah, it's so slushy. I've never had so many days of sleet and slush as I have this winter. Here we go. Oh, nice. This. Oh my god, this death contraption. This has got to be the hardest part of the level. Oh my god, this death contraption. I did this last year, but I don't think I went much further. Connie-tori. Buckatori! Umi said we could go to the beach! At least I'm getting over it, but... Oh man, I'm almost getting there. Is there something quicker I could be doing? This is what true speedrunners ask themselves every day. Oh, that's quicker. Oh my god, I spent like 45 minutes on that last year. I swear it's the hardest part of this level. I'm just so ape. I'm so hashtag ape now. Ape means you're good at... Ape probably means something. Ape means you're good at platformers to me now. I had to Google whether like each thing that I said in that Love Live video today was a slur or not, because I was just making up sounds, because that's how I felt when I was seeing the art style. I was like, this is squoomy! So I had to afterwards be like, wait, I just kind of said whatever sounds I wanted to. Those might be like niche... unforgotten slurs or something, so I had to go on Urban Dictionary. They were not. They're just so scrombly. They're just scrumbling. I wouldn't invent words if I didn't need to. The song rocks. And it's Kurt Travis, not Dance Gavin Dance. Right. Thank you. The scrumbly scrombling. I make up words every day. I've started to realize lately how much I do have Hina from Bandery in my brain, which is worth noting because my video got tagged as Bandery today. I was looking at it, and I was at first like, why are comments turned off? What the hell happened? I think I may have been in such a hurry that I turned them off, because it doesn't look like it's been flagged for anything, but it was flagged as Bandery. They were like, this video contains footage from the video game Bang Dream Girls Band Party, and I was like, no, it does not. But yeah, it's boppin'. It's a doo-doo-doon. Bandery Tuesdays. Fellovania. I was thinking, and this might be a theme for my musings this winter, It's really interesting that I got through this game when I did, because, like, I didn't play 2D games or even action games as a kid. Like, I had, like, a few Mario games, mostly Mario Galaxy twice, but, I don't know, like, I had Kirby. But Kirby never spoke to me that deeply, that's the thing. I haven't been a fan of 2D action my whole life. It's really an adult thing. Like, I came back to games after being pretty depressed and, like, not into them anymore. And I realized my era of JRPGs wasn't really here anymore, and I liked action games more now. I don't know how I realized this, but I did. And Zelda really helped. That was something I never played at all as a kid, but now I love it, and I've been obsessed for years. Like, seriously obsessed for years. And this is going so well this year. And yeah, I don't know. I look back, and I'm like, whoa, like... You know, I had a hard time picking up games that I wanted to play when I first got my Switch 5 years ago, but this one kind of spoke to me. Like, I was following Nintendo news enough, and to be fair, I did play Kirby Planet Robobot during that time where I was, like, not sure what I wanted to play anymore, and that probably did have an influence on making me realize that I enjoyed games like this, but, I literally have no idea. I obviously didn't know that I would relate to the themes. I didn't know that it was going to be trans. Nobody did. I just saw early ads for this, and I was like, that one. I want to play that one. I do not remember what I felt, even one bit. But I got my Switch with Breath of the Wild, which was kind of my big thing, because I never played Zelda. And I was like, this will be cool and fun and new. And Breath of the Wild didn't hit me at first. I played it a bit. I was like, this is neat, but I feel like I don't get it. It took me like a year plus. I needed like a friend's help to really understand it. But it hit like a year later. But it was like this year where I had Celeste and some Kirby games. Star Allies probably didn't help. It was fun in the moment. I was like, yes, this is so fun. I guess, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I wasn't like following every Kirby release. Like, you know, I was aware. I enjoyed Squeak Squad and Amazing Mirror. So my friends and I were aware of Superstar Ultra when it came out. And then, you know, we picked up Return to Dreamland, obviously, which was not my favorite game ever back then. It was just a game. It was such a casual thing back then. And, you know, I was, like, aware when Triple Deluxe came out. I was like, okay, this is fun. I played it in, like, one day. And, Robobot? I don't remember what I thought of, but I ended up buying it maybe around that time, or I wasn't sure why I wasn't enjoying RPGs anymore. And that was fall 2017, the Maki phase, when I got into Love Live and loved it so deeply that I realized I didn't love the runs of RPGs I had going quite as much anymore, which is sad. Like, the Fire Emblem Awakening age died sharply on the rocks on my, like, would-be 10th run, as I, like, halfway through discovered Love Live and was like, this makes me feel something way deeper than that does, and that's kind of when that stopped. Even Pokemon, which I'd been playing over and over since I was like a little toddler, I just kind of stopped having interest in it at that point. And it was around then I just casually picked up Robobot, I think, and I remember really enjoying it. Like, I actually did get immersed by Submarine Suburbs and all that. And I did notice that I liked it, but I didn't think much of it. But then I had the conscious idea a year after Celeste, when I picked up Momodora, or maybe I picked it up after already having played it a bit. I have no idea why I picked up Momodora. I think I got it because I'm like, oh, I like Metroidvanias, but I never played a Metroidvania. I probably just saw it on a YouTube video and was like, oh yeah, this is like good genre. I totally forget when I bought Momodora, but that was one of those early Switch games before I really was a crazy gamer again. And I don't know, it's just weird to me that I played through all of Celeste in like a week, despite how hard it was. And I had like a connection with it. I streamed it for my friends, but I didn't think much of it. I didn't realize yet, like, oh, I enjoyed that, but I didn't enjoy Pokemon Ultra Sun. What does this mean? Like, it took so long for that to set in. Even now, I'm like, no, I'm an RPG person, as I spent all of my time on these little 2D side scrollers. Oh my gosh. Lucky Cat Gaming. Yeah, see, I figured out the real truth. I was a mobile gamer during this time. The dark, birdly truth. That's so cute. Is it because you watched my Squeak Squad Let's Play, right? Because you watched my Minish Cap one. I don't remember when you started watching the old Let's Plays. I feel like you probably watched Squeak Squad. I think I remember you watching Squeak Squad. Squeak Squad's cute. It gets beat up a lot by the Kirby community now because it's not like the most incredible game, but I don't know. I like it a lot. It's a very normal, very average game in a very good time of Kirby's history. That little tooth right there keeps getting me. Yeah. What was my first Let's Play? Oh, I did Explorers of Time. God, these were the lockdown Let's Plays. Jeez. I was one hell of a Let's Player during that pandemic. The forbidden tapes. Melovania fans will never know. Speaking of all of this stuff, like, oh, that made me feel something strong. I didn't really understand it back then. I've been trying to kind of get back into Hollow Knight because, like, you know, I have a Hollow Knight plushie I sleep with. I brought it to camp. I always talk about how Hollow Knight's like a fave game, but like, I don't know, like, I've played it a few times now, but I feel like I kind of zone out. Like, I feel like I haven't processed a lucid emotion about Hollow Knight in a long time. Like, I kind of am wondering about watching my Let's Plays again because, like, they were my first experience with that. And I was very pure and everything was very wondrous and stuff, but I feel like I kind of forgot about those memories because they all happened so fast in a closet in a pandemic. And now I'm like, wait, like I almost feel numb, but I'm like following a protocol saying that I love Hollow Knight and I love it like the most. And now I'm kind of like coming back to this. I got a really cute art book, the Wanderer's Journal from Fangamer. And I've been going through it like, huh, I etched a lot of my soul into this land. I don't remember it. It's like I remember it. That's not a problem. But emotionally, I just feel like I'm in such like a, I don't know, state with Hollow Knight. Like I'm not really processing the emotions when I play it. I really want to like sit with it a bit more before Silk Song comes out. Because I'm like, I think Hollow Knight's my favorite game, but it's totally not. Because I always say it's Return to Dreamland and Disgaea 5. But both of those are starting to show their age, and I'm like, well, if there's another game I like more, like, what would that be? And I'm like, it has to be Hollow Knight. And I'm like, what's Hollow Knight? It's really weird. What gave you this idea? Oh, mobile games. Are you saying you ship Bird L? Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I think I really need to unpack 2020 in a lot of ways. Like, not just the trauma, but also just, like, the normal feelings. Like, for real, for real. Yeah, Amber was very Birdly negative when we streamed. Understandably, I was very Birdly negative when I first played this game. I hated him. I made comparisons between him and, like, my least favorite people. However, coming back again this year, I'm like, I kind of get it. Like, I didn't get it when Toby kind of, like, made Birdly a thing and, like, gave him, like, the character development and everything, and made him, like, a lovable asshole. Now I get it. Like, he's just a kid. He's, like, they've spent a lot of time explaining why he's obnoxious, and it's fun! It's fun that he's obnoxious. Like, I don't know, it just kind of is. Like, I don't like him a lot, but it's like, I don't see him as, like, a problem anymore. But, I don't know, I did not buy the whole, like, oh, Birdly's secretly nice to me thing with Noelle at first. I, like, actively disliked it at first, but now I get it. Like, it's not like there's any hesitation. Like, Birdly actually gets his notes from Noelle. Like, that's an actual thing. And, like, it's like, it's all right there. It's just, like, my emotions are so, like, red alert. I hate this little boy child. But, like, you look at the text and it's like, oh, Toby does not want us to dislike this kid. So, yeah, I'm sure it's possible. This is not very interesting. There we go. I feel like it's not quite as bad, but it's like when the My Hero fandom gave back Bye Mineta, like, immediately. I don't think trans women want Birdly. It's like, I think we already have enough of a reputation. I don't think we need Birdly. I don't think I want Birdly. It's nowhere near as bad as Mineta, but I think I would give that representation back. Thank you. This is a thing. I'm so zoned out. I'm like, I don't know, I guess I'm in like a happy Spike place. Maybe Celeste is why I have masochistic tendencies. Not that there's not a lot of other more fundamental life things that would have caused that, but I really was like, okay, it's time for the Spikes game. Yay! Happy, wholesome gaming. I mean, I think, like most people, Birdly would become a lot more likable once they weren't struggling with, like, dysphoria and being in the closet. I would give trans Birdly a shot, but I'm not putting any energy into it yet. Birdly redemption. Oh, I mean, seriously, Birdly... I mean, Noelle wasn't... Noelle didn't have a problem. Oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. Noelle wasn't, like... I don't know. It was obvious Noelle was going to be a character back in Chapter 1, but Birdly I did not think could possibly have become a character. And I think Toby really showed that he can... I keep wanting to use they for Toby Fox. Toby has shown that he can turn these characters into characters in, like, less than a chapter, so I know I'm gonna end up liking all these characters. I look at Jockington the Snake and I'm like, I know I'm going to end up caring about you in a very small amount of time. I don't know about this. I guess I want to get to the other side of that, because being on that side is, like, achievable, but not really ideal. That was a warm-up right there. Yeah, I don't know about getting on the other side of that thing. Hey, I just mashed my controllers, but hey, okay. I don't know if either of you saw the thing. Hey, we're all Tumblr friends now. I don't know if either of you saw the thing that Robbie gave, reblogged from Robbie that was like preemptive names for every Mountain Dew cocktail before we start making these Mountain Dew like mock mixed drinks. There was names for every kind of thing that you could mix with Mountain Dew. Where like, you know, there were all the Mountain Dews that were out right now, and then like 5 things to mix them with. Probably my favorite Mountain Dew right now is the Halloween one that is still on store shelves. I saw it last week. And rum, I usually mix rum with things. The name for that was Death's Dynamic Grog, which is a reference to this artist, Death Dynamic Shroud, which makes like the most depression webby music. Oh my god, like, I don't know, breakcore or something? I don't really know that one specifically, but Death's Dynamic Shroud is like, I am going through it. And I'm drinking Death's Dynamic Grog in the winter. It was so good. I didn't bring any rum back from home with me, though. I really was like, I need some Death's Dynamic Grog for this month. Hey, Robbie! I was talking about Death's Dynamic Shroud and your Mountain Dew drink mixing post. This seems more doable than it has been. The Halloween flavor is really good. Oh wow, I got a second chance. I didn't think that would ever realistically happen. What is this song? Ooh. It's a little much, but it's cool. Oh my god. Oh, I'm curious about that. I'm only 1 episode into Bocce because, like, the music and the social anxiety are both, like, a little, like, I feel like I'm under the microscope. Like, I really am, like, going to a personal place when I watch that. So I swore to myself that I would watch it because I know I'm going to love it and probably heal a lot watching it. But episode 1 was like a edge of my seat experience. She was just like me for real, I have to say. Oh, god damn it. I'm glad. It can be tough. It feels like I'm living in a closet sometimes. It's just... Oh, the takes can be a little musty on Tumblr. Just because there's not many... I don't know. It's just like... People can kind of say whatever they want. People will be like, yeah, I'll reblog that. And like, there aren't enough people for people to be like, hey, I'm gonna step in and correct you for saying that. It's just a lot of this like kind of unhinged feeling stuff people will say, and people will be like, hell yeah, that's how I feel too. And like, that's great, but sometimes it just kind of feels like woke 4chan, where like no one's really looking in here, you can say whatever. Some people have like a very altered perception of how the world is, and like, it's nice for me especially to get a break from Twitter brain, because I sure have Twitter brain, but it's also just tough to see stuff, and I'm like, that's not true, and no one's ever going to check you on saying that, and it's fun, like that's a lot of good sides, but that's also like the biggest downside, is then like, there's some takes and whole vibes on that site that have not seen the light of day in a long time. Absolutely, no, that's the thing. What I like about it is that you don't see much of that, and if you do have somebody putting a lot of that in your feed, it's like probably just one person. So it's truly like such a small part of the experience, but I see enough stuff that I'm like, who are all of you here? It's all very anonymous, but it is anonymous, and I love the art side of it, and it's so good. It's so naturally became my like dominant social media, which is insane because everyone here knows how much Twitter meant to me for the last like decade, and I'm just like casually not opening it that much for the last month, which is not the thing I've really processed or addressed in my head yet, but it sure is how it is. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the juice. It's what I open up. You know, I think the community is really good, and my Twitter has become a lot. At least they're not all K-poppies. Yeah, it's tricky. I think some people really articulated what I felt. I guess now we're talking about Twitter. I guess I've needed to. Some people really articulated what I felt about leaving Twitter and why I haven't left Twitter. It's like, I don't know. I don't think I'm fully in touch with the changes that have happened in Twitter in the last couple of years, except for the fact that fandom is a lot more like popular and volatile. And I feel like all the fan stuff I'm into, there's more people talking about it than ever, and they're more like there's more combative than ever. So it's starting to feel kind of like battle Reddit to me, where people are kind of mostly here to just talk and discuss information in a slightly impersonal way, but it's also set up with like, you know, quote art retweet dunks and replies and stuff being very in your face, where it feels like Reddit, except it's just a little bit more vulnerable and people will just show up and start fighting you sometimes. But there's so many people using it. I feel like it has my favorite, like, I guess, chunk of the world using it, because it has like kind of the broadest, besides like Instagram and Facebook. It's like, of the sites that I would say you can find a lot of people that are very like online on, it's the one that has the most people, which to me is kind of comforting. It feels very like, I don't know, you just see a lot more people. Like there's just literally more people there, and that has a lot of benefit to it and drawbacks, but it's, I don't know, it's nice. But anyhow, what I was really missing is like just all of the small things, like, I don't know, like creators of stuff that I like, you know, they're not all going to be on Tumblr, they're not all going to be on Mastodon. It's a lot of this like distant stuff where like my friends I can keep up with on all these things, but there's a lot of people that just kind of colored my perception of like community, and lots of little stuff like that, where it just kind of was nice to have this voice, like not somebody I knew personally, not somebody I could give my Discord, probably not even a mutual of mine, but there were just lots of people I could tell I was going to miss. And now when I do open up Twitter, it's a lot of people from all kinds of backgrounds that I just don't really see on the other social medias. So I don't know, I feel like I'm stepping outside and broadening my horizons more. Oh gosh. Yeah, Celeste is about it. I have noticed my first tabletop podcast opinion. This one confused me a lot last year. Oh, I moved. Whoa. This is brutal. And sweet. That's awesome. That's a good song. There's a genre I'm going to mention. Oh, this is doable. That's definitely the easiest way to do it. There's a genre I used to listen to called adventure metal. That's kind of like long instrumental stuff. Kind of like prog metal, I guess. Meant to evoke the sense of like, I don't know, like a big fantasy epic. Like, I don't know. It always made me feel like I was on top of a mountain in The Hobbit or something like that. Or Lord of the Rings. I've been debating. I'm happy with this weird little blend that Spotify is giving me of Screamo, but I would think if I'm gonna listen to something while I do Celeste month, it'd be fun to listen to adventure metal. It feels very positive. I like it. There's a song I picked up last year that seemed kind of adventure metal-y. It's neat. It's nice. Oh, things are going well this year. So well. Will this be where the blue heart is? Shit. This is sweet. What is this? Adola. Yeah, I believe I have liked an Adola song in the past. Also, that sounds like a fantasy metal band's name. Or adventure metal. I wish they called themselves fantasy metal, though. That would have been a slightly cooler. Get to the point genre. Genre name. Hobbit metal. See, just get right to the point. That's what we want. That's what I want. I think I completely misshot something about the class status of Hobbit Town, Bag's End. When I was talking to one of my friends from camp who's like currently like super into the Lord of the Rings and like in the fandom and stuff on Tumblr, I was talking about how I describe my hometown, how everybody's very rich and bored and picks up hobbies and is very judgmental of each other and stuff like that. And like Juno and I went to like the parking garage, and like it was like the new thing in town was that there was a parking garage, and to go with that there was just a ton of antique cars. Like I'd never seen this many antique cars in town. And I just had this very clear mental image of all these old bored people being like, oh, now they have a parking garage, I need to show off my antique car. And then, oh, my neighbor has an antique car, I'm gonna get a better antique car. And like I have a very superficial relationship with the Lord of the Rings, or superficial understanding and a casual relationship with the media. And I was like, dude, that's how Hobbit Town is. They just like walk around judging each other over like very small things, like their fancy little breakfasts. And I'm like, my town feels like Hobbit Town. And this meant nothing to my friend. All she did was ask, like, so are you describing like a high income town or a low income town? I was like, high. And she's like, okay. I think I misunderstood something about the hobbits. Maybe they're very like, I don't know. Maybe it's not a very affluent community, and their community is actually like what keeps them together, not their money or something. I don't know. I don't know much about the Lord of the Rings, let alone the class structure of Bag End. Bag End is probably the house, not the town, isn't it? You're not slipping Dance Gavin Dance by me, because you keep giving me the same songs, and I keep recognizing this one. Training so hard to see Mr. Oshido. Oh boy, that was always a moment. That is always a feeling and a moment and a sensation. And I forget that this is next. And this is always hard. Very long. Still not over. I think I'm being overly cautious. Oh shit. Really? That's not an easy jump. Dope. Oh yeah, Robbie, I was telling the story of how the first time I streamed, probably must have been ever, was spring 2018. I believe you came and you were like, how's Celeste? And I'm like, well, I'll tell you, it's going. And it probably sounded all crackly because I didn't have a microphone. Lord knows what my microphone sounded like on my computer back then. I remember I had my setup on the floor of my room. I was just like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make a YouTube channel. 3 of my friends will follow it. It was so fun. I streamed Let's Go Eevee, the Pokemon game, that year too. I don't know what I had in my brain. I had no like larger plan. I was just like, I'm gonna stream because I want to stream, and it was neat. Ring wrong. Going through. Going up. Oh my, oh my. What the hell? I don't even mentally know what to do. Yeah, this is more normal. Away we go! Man, that is precise down to the very end. Now that is also precise. Oh, wow, that's fun. That is risky. Wow, that's sick! Oh my god, that was close. Having to redirect your momentum at the very end just to save you from the spikes is a real adrenaline moment. I think with Celeste, I was always very focused on, like, how do I solve this? And I think because there's usually only one solution, it's that way. But Donkey Kong Country is more focused on the feel, and you'll only have one solution most of the time. But you can do it, and it'll just feel so good. And I mean, there's usually the option of, like, doing it slow or doing it fast, and that's your option. But, basically, it always feels really right when you're doing the right thing, which Celeste is more like Breath of the Wild in that it does not always feel right when you find a solution, but it might be correct. Like, it might be janky as all hell, but it might be correct. This year, I'm trying to focus more on, like, well, I could do it that way, but if this were the solution, it would feel right. And then it's like, oh, surprise, that is the solution also. And that's more satisfying for me playing platformers now that I play more than one platformer. Oh shoot, that was close. I have a Rayman game loaded up to play probably sometime later this month. I'm really excited. It looks delightful. I'm going Rabid. I played the Mario Rabbids game, the Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle series of games quite often. And when I saw how happy Rayman fans were seeing him confirmed as DLC, just like the sheer positivity and like love that I felt from the fans in that moment, I was like, huh, people really love this guy. You know, he's always in the Smash roster discussion. So I went looking into what his series was about, and it's a lot more about him than it is Rabbids, that's for sure. And Ubisoft hasn't really been putting him in things. But I'm glad to meet him finally. The game seems awesome. I played like the first level. I think it will also feel really good. Yeah. Yeah, oh, come on. Come now. Why? This is always how this goes. God. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, it always just feels like I'm like frustrating. Like, I don't know, like trying to open up a jar the whole time. God, this is a desolate song. No. Hello. Can't shake me that easy. Whew. Oh my gosh! That's a really fun gaming memory. Oh jeez. Games from that era could be tough. Tough as hell in the 90s. Oh man. That's the worst feeling, is when you're too far into the bar to catch it when it spawns. Oh, I could have dashed. Just like this. Hee hee! Black Moon Rise 2023. Okay. I need my Celeste juice before I go any further. Oh, my back. My back. Did we get the Mr. Oshido B-side last year? I think we did. I just feel like I've never played that level before. But I think I found the puzzle last year. I want to do them all. I think, yeah, it's the blue heart that I can't find for Chapter 6. It's not the B-side. The B-side I always find. It might be the World 5 B-side I don't always find. And I've gotten 7 before, but 4 is no issue. I've gotten 7 before. I don't know if I got it last year. I want to at least try to get them all this year. I guess there's your 100% for Seasides. Oh, okay. Break time. I need Celeste juice. Ooh. So, I my mom got me some sake because she thought it was like for cooking. I'm pretty sure. And I don't know any recipes that use sake, but I have two bottles in my fridge, and I have for a long time. And I was like, oh, I'll just like have a shot of that or something. But I realized like once I open that, it's probably gonna go like flat or something. I don't know how to drink sake, but I think I might just have to drink a bottle of sake next time we play because I don't want to open it tonight. But I have two little guys that seem fine for an evening. I don't think there's a Mountain Dew name yet for mixing Mountain Dew and Osake. Mm. Oh, the reason I mentioned that is there's absolutely no reason this like algorithm playlist should be giving me this right now because it's all like 2000 screamo, but it gave me a Death Dynamic Shroud song, and I have not listened to Death Dynamic Shroud in months, but this phone's fucking listening to me. I have no idea how they would have come to this decision. Like how there was nothing even two steps intermediate between what it was giving me a second ago and this song. It is a place I have reached many times, but it is not a happy place when I find myself listening to the KK Slider Kyari Pamu Pamu Pyeon Pyeon song. You would think that'd be very cute and a lot of fun, but that is an eerie emotion. And when I find myself listening to stuff like that, I'm like, oh, it's one of those months. It's a harbinger of troubled times. Ooh, yeah, we could do that next time. To the Celestial Resort Hotel, because I'm canceling the stream early to not do it. No, it's fun. It's always fun to do it, but it is like, it's just not quite that for pacing. I'm realizing like story and gameplay wise, it's just such a diversion. I've been trashy with alcohol lately. I rolled up to my sister's house for New Year's Eve, and we were having a bottle of wine from like whatever Kirkland is the brand name of. I think Kirkland is the brand name. It might be Aldi's wine. I know my friend likes to get Aldi's stuff. They didn't have a margarita glass, and I didn't want to buy a wine glass. Well, it's yeah. Yeah. They didn't have a wine glass. They also didn't have margarita glasses. But they didn't have a tall glass. And I was like, well, I want wine. So I filled up a glass mug with wine and just watched Wednesday with my family for like 5 hours, sipping on this wine out of like a hard stein. Costco brand. Yeah, okay. I was having Costco wine out of a glass mug for 6 hours. Thanks, Juno. They had a really cool setup where they had like the TV and the couch behind that, and then a tall table behind that, which was actually a short table that was on top of a big long like thing for your feet, like whatever, an ottoman. They had an ottoman but no space for the ottoman, so they put it behind the couch with a table on top of it. And I didn't even notice this until the next morning. I was like, oh, it's that high table where there is a footrest. No, it was a small table on top of an ottoman, so you got to enjoy the high top table and look over the couch people at the TV, but you had a whole hidden area for your feet, which is the coziest thing ever. So I was pouring and pouring and pouring my wine to fill that thing up, and people were like, "You okay back there?" You were classy. Yeah, that's the New Year, New Melovania. Alfredo sauce is out. Now we drink alcohol out of beer mugs. Kremlin class. The Donkey Kong streams are coming. No, there's so much about this year where I have like things that seem to be contradictions and indications of what is going to be, but it's not quite clear. Like, it seems like I'm not going to stream. Oh no, it seems like I'm going to just be streaming the Switch. No, it seems like streaming the Switch is impossible and I can only do emulation. No, it seems like you can't do emulation at all with Japanese emulation laws. I have no fucking clue what's gonna happen. But I know I'm not bringing the Wii U, unfortunately. So someday, probably when I have the Wii U, I will be streaming a lot of Donkey Kong Country on here. I did not. You're going to see this in my year-end video where I talk about Tropical Freeze. I did not plan to fall in love like this. But, yeah. I was mentioning I have to cut back this spring because I need to keep my grades up for the final semester really good. So, to keep my life balanced, I think I'm going to do monthly streams. One of those streams I think is going to be Pikmin, because I got an adapter for streaming my GameCube and Wii, which definitely can't do in Japan, but I really want to do it while I can. I had this vision for like a month-long Paper Mario 1000 Year Door stream, but my friend who has it, my copy is locked in storage, and he's in Britain. And every time he comes home, I try to get these games from him. He has like all of my classic GameCube RPGs, and we just keep missing each other. He'll not respond. He'll be like lazy for one day. We'll miss each other. I'll have to wait 2 more years. But I got Pikmin 2 from him, so I really want to do a Pikmin stream. White Claw, yeah, that's how I started drinking. I was straight edge for some reason as a kid because I just didn't like the feeling of losing control and not being sober. So I was like hardcore straight edge until I was actually like 21. And that's the kind of stuff that I started drinking to get used to it. I just wanted to drink socially because I want to drink fruity drinks. I like fruity stuff, and all the good fruity stuff is alcohol. So I ended up needing to have a tolerance eventually. I just wanted to drink Mike's. Wine tastes weird to me. Even my Kirkland wine, it just tasted weird to me. My Kirkland wine probably helped me get a taste for wine, but it usually just tastes like medicine to me. Really? Yeah, there's some common experience there. Holy crap, the lighting is beautiful out here. Celeste is really giving Rondo of Blood to me this time. Celeste really feels like Rondo of Blood with the coloring. Yeah, if I had more people in my life if I had more social stuff, that'd probably be me. Like, my friend and I like to get margaritas in town, but I don't have that many margarita friends in grad school. I have like 1. I love Aria of Sorrow. It's getting too hard. Have you fought death? Have you done the clock tower? The clock tower is kind of a difficulty spike, if that's where you are. I replayed it recently. Ooh, this song's good. You're a Metroidvania baby. Oh, yes, Juno, yes. You and I could get so much. We should go to that place you talked about where they had the queer art night. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. It took a long time for them to give me this kind of sound. Yeah, let me know, Robbie, what boss are you stuck on? What area are you in? You beat death? I don't think you're gonna see anything harder than death. Death is so hard. I don't get stuck on anything besides death. If you ever want tips, hit me up, because with Castlevania, with the Metroidvanias, there's a lot of strategizing you can do. I don't know everything, but you know, I've played it 2.5 times, and I might be able to give you the hookup on a good spirit to use, like a good soul to use, for the boss that you're stuck on, or the area you're stuck on. It usually involves some experimenting with your random assortment of souls, and I find most bosses I'll need to change my soul to something that fits the boss to beat it naturally, otherwise I'm struggling. Awesome! Yeah. See, that the clock tower is a drag. I don't think anything's gonna be as much of a drag as the clock tower. I'm pissed because clock towers are like my favorite aesthetic in games, but I find the clock towers insufferable in Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow, and Symphony of the Night. Like, I think the aesthetic is super bland, unfortunately. And the Medusa heads and harpies and gears are stressful to literally no end. After this, you're going to be doing some really pretty areas that I think are a lot more balanced, and maybe I'm wrong. I mean, the arena's kind of tough. We did that last year on my birthday, but, oh, I love that game. I think things are going to be better from here on out now that you've done the clock tower. You don't even really need to backtrack through the clock tower that often, and there's nothing more annoying than the dense areas with Medusa heads, harpies, and gears in both games. Like, that's the most annoying area. Welcome. May I help you? Are you a ghost? A ghost? Don't be silly. I am the concierge of this fine establishment. Welcome to the world-renowned Celestial Resort Hotel. Mr. Oshido at your service. 2 guests in 1 day. Business is finally picking up. How long will you be staying with us? Oh, I'm just passing through. I'm climbing the mountain. Do you have a back exit? A back exit? Just passing through. This will not do. You know I can still hear you, right? In any case, our rear service door is reserved for hotel staff only. However, our top floor presidential suite features a world-class view of the peak. Yes, you'll be quite comfortable up there. Maybe I could use the roof from there and climb down the back? The presidential suite. Marvelous idea, Oshido. What is your name for our records? I'm Madalenia. But again, I'm really not interested in staying. Right this way, Miss Madalenia. Yeah, I seriously think it's going to be smooth sailing from here on. And I can tell you, I mean, you can Google how to get 100%, or not 100%, but like the good end. There's just like 2 souls you have to pick up. You have to go out of your way to pick up 2 souls to get the good end, but I think after you do the clock tower, it's a much easier game. And also you can grind. Not that that's like the most fun, but you can grind, at least in those games. Aria is a great Metroidvania to pick up. I think it's a little bit less intimidating than Symphony. It's less payoff. You can't really play it for as long, and it's a little less deep, but it's much simpler. I think it was a great first Castlevania for me, which is funny because it's kind of like a weird one. Like, the aesthetic is very light, and it's kind of futuristic, or not futuristic. Well, it is futuristic, but it's kind of modern, which isn't always a thing, but it does kind of dampen the overall like medieval dark fantasy vibe. But I guess it's a really good first one. I think it's very polished. It doesn't have any jank. Symphony had some jank, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure Symphony had some jank. You can see my thoughts once I finish editing these gargantuan top 10 videos. Or this one gargantuan top 10 video. Yeah. Is this... What is this? Yeah! Okay, maybe I didn't get this last time. This doesn't feel familiar. Also, I didn't find it. Blast and confound it. This feels like Nickelback Screamo. There you go. Hello, birds. These crawl spaces are such a cool touch whenever they have them. Sometimes I feel like alt rock and indie rock are kind of weird genres for stuff from the 2000s, because like everything I know is called alt or indie, and I'm like, okay, well, what's normal rock? And then I hear something that sounds like Nickelback, and I'm like, oh, that's what normal rock is. It still exists. It's that. This is more weird than something, if just marginally. It's more weird than that. Well, I was just noticing the birds now because I'm like, is that part of the puzzle for chapter 6? Because like birds are always puzzly. Well, because we have the raven, especially in Farewell, which I'm not touching this month, probably. Maybe, probably not. Oh, I don't remember what symbolism we would have picked up for it, but it feels like it because they do feel very powerful when they show up, as birds sometimes do. Sounds like Maynard James Keenan, but in a good way. Trauma Ray. Oh, I tried to do a double dash. I could do a double dash stream on my own, which might feel even more lonely. Hee-ho. Please follow me, Miss Madalenia. The elevator is just down the hall. This hotel is in pretty rough shape. Is it really open for business? Of course we're open. The Celestial Resort Hotel would never close during prime tourism season. Rough shape? What does she mean by that? Oh, please allow me to carry your luggage. My bag? No thanks, I'll keep it. Very well. What a peculiar guest. The comedy in this game, I think, is very subtle. Some things like didn't even hit me as funny until this year. Up we go. Oh, and yeah, wait. You're a secret blue area. The B-side is a secret blue area. How many secret blue areas are there? My secret area for being blue. Everybody's got a secret blue area. Oh, hi. 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 Oh, no, I totally do this every year. This isn't the way. Oh. Let me through. I want to get the B-side. Now I'm wondering if I've ever gotten this B-side. Oh wait, forget about it. So close. If you can't beat them, appreciate them for what they are. They're very mealy. No! So cruel. Where? I don't know what to do. I kind of forget what to do. I kind of don't care. It's a very hard strawberry. I need to like grab things in a way that's not gonna doom me, but I mean, I guess I could try to go the other way, but oh, I could try to go the other way. It's a one-way trip. I don't know about this. This is weird. It's a one-way trip. I can only do it from the ceiling, but I'm gonna do it. And I fucked it up. Oh no, I think I'm screwing up my evil plan. Yep. I don't need to do that. Why am I doing that? Here. This way. That way. This way. And then we're just getting out of here. Forget about it. Boop. Oh, I feel like I stole that, and that felt much better than being honest. Probably intentional. A good Celeste always thinks outside the box, that's what they say. How do you think I earned these transgender stripes? Look at this book. That book is transgender. Sometimes it is. I need to decide really soon if I'm going to watch Steins Gate this month or spoil myself on it. Because at this point, after today, I don't think I need to know other trans characters that well. I'm just trying to familiarize myself with what kind of characters are what are popular and well known for trans rep. And it's interesting, I've been using these sites that are kind of trashy, just like, you know, fannumbers.com, like ranker.com, rank your favorite things that can be ranked. But I feel like that's kind of nice because it's just people randomly wandering in and being like, yeah, I like that character, I remember them being trans. And those YouTube videos, fan arts about trans characters, Aluka from Hunter x Hunter is, I think, the most beloved trans rep, besides Lily from Zombieland, who's newer and not from as big of a series. People love talking about Girl from Black Butler, but aside from that, it's just like Luca from Steins Gate seems to be one of the most interesting and popular examples of a trans character, and I'm like becoming peripherally aware. I honestly got a stress headache. I don't know if it was related, but I got a stress headache and just lost my motivation the night that I started watching Steins Gate. I was just like not really feeling it, but I feel like I could enjoy it as a media, but I might just have to spoil myself on all the Luca related stuff just to know what her story is. I don't exactly know. I feel like it's something I'm gonna like regret spoiling myself on if I end up getting into the premise, because I like the premise. I like a story that makes me think, but you've also mentioned that it's kind of disappointing to you, Nurian, so I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I want to watch more of the election arc in Hunter x Hunter, even though I have never watched a Hunter x Hunter arc. I was just like intrigued on the face of it, like not knowing what's going on. I like Killua and I like Aluka, and I want to see more, but I think I mostly know what I need to know about them, which is like the family misgenders Aluka, and Killua like nobly genders her rightly, which is really different from what I've been seeing mostly with anime stuff. I saw somebody say today that the author, the mangaka of Hunter x Hunter, like has a history of swinging and missing with trans characters, and Aluka was the first time that he really got it right, which is cool, and shows a lot of intention. So if I have enough time, I might dip in and out of trying to get the story there. But I don't think I know enough about the landscape of trans anime to be like, Lily is the best one. Lily is the only one that shows X, Y, and Z. I think I'm just going to spend my time showing what Lily shows, just so that academia knows, like, I think the supernatural elements of Zombieland Saga make for a really interesting trans story. I don't think I'm going to get too weedy into being like, well, Lily is a better example of parental disownment than Aluka, which is only the 7th best example when you compare it to Allison from Dogs Gone By, an anime that only 7 people know. I'm trying to like stay out of overstretching myself in terms of how much anime I need to watch, because I only have a month to finish this. Yeah, that sounds right. 80 and 4 days. Oh, really? I feel like because of like Bungo Stray Dogs, Tokyo Godfathers, I don't know why Tokyo Godfathers as a title is popping up here, but something about all of the anime titles that scroll past my face when I'm looking for trans rep characters, that's just how they all blur together. It's like, oh, you don't know about Bongo from Dogs Gone By? Yeah, Luca has this weird thing. Again, I don't think I have enough time to try and analyze themes of transphobia in anime, and I'm sure other people have done this, but of the, like, 5 characters I've seriously put my nose down on, 2 of them are forced to give up their magical transition. Like, it's like that, it's weird that it happened twice meme, where it's like, the third character I looked at was this one that some woman was, like, incredibly passionate about being, like, transphobic, transrep, misunderstood, misrepresented, all this other stuff, in a super obscure, like, romance anime. Just, like, a not very popular one. It's a totally normal anime. The most normal anime I've ever seen. And she was an interesting character, but the crux was there's this thing where, like, she magically gets the body that makes her not dysphoric, and then she has to give it back to prove the power of friendship, which from what I've seen with Luca is exactly what Luca goes through. And I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to be like, anime loves the give up your transition for the power of friendship trope. I hope that's not a trope, but I don't know if I have enough time to look into that, but it is weird that it happened twice. Oh, really? Well, I might talk to you about Tokyo Godfather sometimes then, because Hana seems like one of the most interesting characters that people talk about. Again, I don't have time, really. I need to focus more on getting readings for what I have for Lily. But, you know, my brain keeps wanting to get to know all the other trans characters, and it's been fulfilling. It is just amazing how heads over heads, Lily, even now Luca, I mean, but like more recently Lily and Bridget are just so intentional compared to a lot of the trans stuff that's come out. And I think it's less to do with like wokeness, although it's a huge part of it, and representation. I think it's also just like there's been a lot of trans parts of Japanese culture in the last many decades, coming from the many decades before that, that don't read as like okay to us, in, you know, us being people who are very LGBT versus other kinds of like gay culture. I just feel like a lot of characters are not only being written more intentionally to be representation, but using a playbook that resonates more as trans positive versus just kind of faffing around cross-dressing and stuff like that, which anime usually has. And that has its own history in Japan with its own identity and everything like that. Or not an identity, but set of cultures and stuff. How old is Tokyo Godfathers? Oh, wow. That's interesting if Hana's gender is treated by the narrative as constant. That is really interesting to me. When I saw that she was like a performer or like a drag queen, or I'm not sure what kind of performer she is, I figured it would not be that firm on gender identity, but if it treats her like a woman, that's very 2007 in terms of Japanese trends in trans culture that I've been observing. I'm running a world-class establishment here. I don't have time to wait around for meandering guests. You really don't have to wait for me. I'm just looking for a way through this place. Oh, Shida, you idiot. The customer is always right. Business is finally picking up and you lose your temper? Oh, of course, Miss Madalenia. My sincerest apologies. I was out of line. Please, feel free to explore at your leisure. 2003. Okay, that's an interesting year. He's got the tail. Yeah, the ghost element is interesting. He's like, he has no idea what she means, and she's like, this place seems kind of run down. And it's completely decrepit and haunted. Floating does it. Oh yeah, he doesn't have a tail. He's just floating. Ah, the clutter is out of control. When did this happen? I don't even know where to begin. Mr. Oshido, do you run this place by yourself? You're right, Miss Madalenia. I'll never sort this mess out alone. It's hopeless. That's not what I meant. Just breathe, Mr. Oshido. Breathe. It's just a little spring cleaning. Well, more than a little, but I can help. You're too kind. but I wouldn't even bother. It's a lost cause. I'm going through this. No, I'm not. I thought that I could, but I can't. Oh, I don't think I got the B-side for this level. I really wanted it. This is where you find Pico 8. It's in a computer. It's a very well hidden computer. Mine. Bam. Ah. Hello? How did you get over there? Let me over. That's enough Pico 8 for me. Whoops, sorry, my phone possessed me. Yeah. Yes, of course, of course. Music is hell. Yeah, that'd be funny if Pico 2 was in there. I don't actually know how you get Pico 8 too. This is like control. I thought there was something else in here. And I certainly thought you could get in here. I want out. I want to go back. Wait, why is this a key? What's this? This is the way I got in? Yeah, I guess the way back is sealed. You'd think I would love this level because it's like kind of Metroidvania vibes, but I don't know. It is fun. It is a different break and stuff, but I'm always just like, eh. Like, it would be a lot if it was a straight shot of mountain all the way through. And 4 is certainly not very unique. It's just mountain. But, I don't know, 5 just hits so much better for some reason. Truly the Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. It's a horrible night to have a curse of Celeste. They are dancing, aren't they? The more we play, the more we start to love the blobs and fear the hotel manager. I've definitely never been this in sync with the blobs. I'm like, oh, I get it. I'll move in sync with them. That never really occurs to me usually. Oh, what the hell? Am I supposed to be thinking right now? Possibly? Possibly not. Wait. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't even have to use that shit. I'm a real Celeste god. Oh god. All these crystals and I'm just gonna walk across. The game is fun. What's this? Towels. Huh. Yeah, it's very letters. SG. CC. Skull Girls. Skull E. It's very cryptic. Oh, to Juno and Robbie. I talked to Ben on the phone and he said that during his year working in Washington State, he almost got power ranked in Smash. He came out like 12th or something for the power rankings for Washington. It's his first time almost getting power ranked. Oh, I was saying, Ben, I talked to Ben on the phone, and he said that in the power rankings they do for competitive Smash, where they tally up your official tournament wins and placements, he was ranked like 12th or something in total for the state of Washington. Getting top 10 is a pretty big deal. This is Ben, yeah. That's the power of positive thinking. Actually, I cleared out some of the clutter for you. Oh yes, thank you, Miss Madalenia. But please, relax and let the hotel staff handle it. Ushido, you're losing her. Guests don't want to spend their time cleaning. Are you okay? Yes, of course. This is the finest hotel you'll ever visit. You'll see. How could I let my problems pile up like this? Theo, are you a guest here too? Madalenia, I am so happy to see you right now. I am all about spooky mysteries, but this is getting too real. Have you talked to Mr. Oshido? I think he could really use some help. You think? He's a creepy old weirdo. I bet he's cleaning out a nook to hide our bodies as we speak. I'm gonna crawl through this vent. It's blowing cold air from outside. Come on. Mr. Oshiro's troubled, but I don't think he wants to hurt us. He just needs to clean up this mess. I want to help him. Madalenia, that's very sweet, but this is dangerous. We need to get out of here and call an expert on creepy old dudes. We aren't prepared for this. I think I can get through to him. Go on ahead, I'll catch up with you later. Man, you're more stubborn than my sister. I thought that was impossible. Take care of yourself. Thanks, Theo. I'll see you outside. I'm going up. What is this? What is this? Yes. That's the blue? That's the blue heart? I'm honestly slightly disinterested. I mean, I guess I need it for the core, if that matters, but I'm not going to be getting all the blue hearts. I really want the B-sides. What the fuck? Please? Uh-oh. Sweet! Go. Go. Yo. What? Woo. Woo. Oh shit. Green? Can I backtrack? Oh, hi. It's looking really nicer in here. Can you show me the exit? Well, Miss Melania, you've barely enjoyed lunch. I think part of what's annoying is that, like, they don't really... Like, I think I'm never tired of the dialogue in this game, but there's so many conversations trying to build up the, like, tension and the, like, oh, this is weird. But it takes 0 minutes to realize things are weird. And it's not even tension, it's just like... Oh. I don't. I'm sorry. Your hotel is beautiful, truly world class. I wish I could stay. No need to humor me. I understand. I didn't notice you could re-talk to him. This is interesting because I think you need to beat this area to open up that purple thing. Right, like, there's nothing really building in this. Like, it's extremely obvious what's going on. And, like, they could have tried to make him, like, actually scary, because he does end up turning into a monster, but, like, I don't feel like a creeping, rising dread towards him freaking out. I'm just like, oh, he's weird, and then it just keeps being pretty much that exact thing. And there's just so much more dialogue than any of the other chapters, and again, I'm never complaining about dialogue otherwise. Ever. Watch your step. Blam. That down there looks like it's gonna be a way forward. How the hell did I do that? Once I've got the purple done. I think I have to craftily find a way back. This might even be a strawberry. Yeah, I've probably done this. Pretty sure I've done this. But not the B-side. I regret not doing that. Unless it's back here somehow. I mean, it's blue. It's wet. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Only I didn't say fuck. I said it. The F-dash word. That's the thing, yeah, I don't even know where to begin. I'm just kind of meh. Brrr. Brrr. Ow, oh, ow, I really just hit bone on bone. This kind of thing. Here we go. Kind of. I mean, maybe it's my way back. Oh, yeah, it is. This isn't strawberry? This is just a place? What? Oh, fuck. sad song. Miss Melovania would never swear. Why, this man is so sad that the song is full of flavor. Nobody lives the ethic of those images of, like, drinking boy tears or whatever. Like, that kind of, like, straight girl humor. Those t-shirts. No one lives that more than someone listening to emo music all day. We truly drink boy tears all day long. Blah blah. Ouch. Don't worry. Hello, hello. Why, I can almost taste the Pico 8. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, scattered and lost. I know the ones I get regularly because I have all of the poem fragments memorized. I'm going back. Back! What's this? What's this? That's awesome, but I feel like that should be something substantially more, because I was substantially more creative. Although maybe it's kind of obvious, I don't know. That's cool. I guess I didn't think about that. Is this hard to tell how creative I'm supposed to be with this level? Hello. There you are. You certainly have a knack for wandering off. It was tough, but I sorted everything out for you. The Celestial Resort Hotel extends its gratitude for your assistance, Miss Madalenia. Of course, the staff had the mess under control. Oh, yeah. Sure. How humiliating! You must be eager to see your room. It's just up the elevator and down the hall. The elevator and hall will try to kill me. Sure. What the heck? Show me the presidential suite. It sounds lovely. Now's your last chance, Oshido. Don't lose her now. Man, it's amazing here. How's it going with El Creepo? I helped him clean up that huge mess, but he was kind of a jerk about it. And he still thinks he can convince me to stay. Madalenia, seriously. My bad idea radar is off the charts on this one. You should get out of here. If I disappear now, Mr. Oshido could have a meltdown. And maybe I can actually do something good. For once. Forget your karma, dude. I think that guy is going to melt down no matter what. You have to think about your safety. Theo, I'll be okay. Yeah, I didn't expect you to listen. See you on the outside, jailbird. Luigi's Mansion every time. It's always in decent enough condition. And the ghosts seem fun. Just tearing right through this room. Oh, this is a whole thing. Oh shit! I was not thinking this whole thing through. Easy every time. Fuck. Thank God. That can take so long sometimes. How's it going with El Creepo? This is it, Oshido. Your last chance. We've had that line 7 times. You already ruined it, making a guest clean up your mess. She'll never stay. No, she's still here. There's still a chance. The presidential suite is the key. It will surely impress her. Get it together, Oshido. That's actually pretty cool. There you are, Miss Madalenia. Follow me quickly. We're almost there. Oh God. Yeah, I always do too. That would actually be cool if they used that as like a symbol of him going nuts and causing more danger for you earlier. But here we are. I think like where the story and the gameplay connect is the dialogue. That's now my thing, where I'm like, that's what annoys me, is that the dialogue keeps being like, I'm gonna clean up. Oh, I'm gonna clean up. Oh my God, she's cleaning up. Don't worry, I'm gonna clean up. Like they have that exact conversation like 3 times. And then like the past tense version. I'm a little too eager here. Fuck. Fuck. That one's not. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, I got that somehow. And out. Man. Oh, I did it. I got the real jump. Yeah, I got it again. Woohoo! Yeah, that's the good stuff. That's not really it. What the hell is this? Ugh. Why is it just randomly throwing me this kind of stuff? What the fuck? Whoa. They just give it to you? How? I've clearly gotten this before. Okay, well, now I feel like I understand the world better. It's just lying right there in plain sight. Okay. KK. What's this? Oh, diary. Yeah. I don't have worries really about Earthblade, but I will say, like, okay, I think generally the exploration element of this game is, like, how do you say, like, a lot better than I feel like it should be. Like, playing at least one other series of platformers now, like, I kind of get the appeal now. I used to think that just exploration in 2D side-scrollers was kind of lame, like looking for secrets, because I'm like, how immersed am I going to be? Like, a big part of looking for stuff is feeling like I'm a part of the world and keeping it in my mind and using my memory especially, but this is just kind of like noticing quirky rooms as I go, which seems kind of arbitrary, but it's really satisfying to do puzzles on the fly, and I respect that now, and it's super fun in this game. And I really like the exploration segments in the 5th world a lot. That always gives me Earthblade hope. But this one's like, there's just like bits and pieces where I'm like, this could almost be a lot more fun. But even I, as like not even a game designer, can point out parts where I'm like, this kind of drags compared to the linear stuff. I don't know. It does worry me like a tiny bit now that I play it. I'm like, this isn't super fun exploration. But 5, again, is so fun that... And again, I know that they're not going to be bound to their somewhat exploration-based Celeste levels when they're making an entire exploration-based game. God, I can't believe they're making a moody 2D exploration-based game. That is so cool. It's going to be great, but this does not... It's not as fun as Chapter 5, okay? It's just not as fun as Chapter 5. Reputation that it keeps earning for itself no matter how many years go by and how many games I play. I keep coming back and feeling the same. That was quirky. That is a room. I don't know about this yet. I mean, it kind of adds to like the world building side, because you've got like, oh, people like live here and work here and go on like employee trips to the top of the mountain. That's cool. But I don't know. I feel like Celeste is such a fever dream that I'd kind of be fine without it. It's a very fever dream place to me. Like Celeste Mountain. Alright, okay, that only took a long time. Here we are, our award-winning presidential suite. Truly, it is the very definition of rustic luxury. I do like rustic luxury. I'll stand back and allow you to soak in the majesty. I understand it can be a lot to handle. So, what do you think? It's beautiful. The furniture looks so expensive. It's very spacious. The colors are elegant. I can tell you put a lot of work into it. I knew it would impress you. Yeah. So, can I get on the roof from here? You imbecile, you're losing her. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Value guests such as yourself stay in our finest accommodations at half price. Spamton sneaking in through that pink cheek. I don't want to stay. Please, Miss Madalenia. Please stay. Mr. Oshido, I've already been sidetracked too long. Madalenia, sweetie, forget this loser. Loser? You're in denial, old man. This resort is a dump. No one would ever want to stay here. Someone had to say it. She doesn't mean that. I'm very busy. Please leave, Miss Madalenia. Come on, Miss Madalenia. You heard the man. Where would you be without me? Mount Takao? Takao? Oh my gosh, he's looping. That's kind of a neat thing right there. Oh wow. I thought we'd never get rid of him. You owe me one. Add it to the list. Leave me alone. I thought you were so determined to keep climbing. Now all of a sudden you're some weirdo's therapist. Why won't you go away? Miss Madalenia, before you go, I need to ask one question. Why would you be so nice to me only to run away? What did I do wrong? Oh, give it a break. You still don't get it? She only helps people to feed her twisted ego. She never cared about you. Shut up. I just wanted to help. You're both pathetic. Epic win. Epic pwn. Pathetic. You only came here to humiliate me. I won't grovel at your feet any longer. I'm going to kill you. It's like, okay, sure. This is what we were building to the whole time, obviously. It's taken 5 years and I think like 80 hours of gameplay to have one significant critique about this game. And it's that this chapter is such a slog really early on. I mean, it was cool and different the first couple times, but when the novelties weren't off, it's just like, can I climb a mountain and talk to Theo and talk to my brain bug? Oh my god, the B-side rocks for this. You have to like get really good at jumping off of his head. I forgot about that. I don't know, if I don't do chapter 4 tonight, I don't know if I can do the whole second half of the game in our next stream, but there's also not really any pressure to even do that. Like, we can just do 4 and 5 next week, and their B-sides maybe. We might be on track to unlock C-sides at this rate, because I think I know where they all are now. Not that I didn't beforehand, but now I know that I know. Hey, wait. Shit. Not easy. There will be Celeste. It's not really the easiest time. Oh, I thought that was Siobhan. I thought that was Robbie's partner. Playing Animal Crossing. Famous Siobhan behavior. That does make sense, because there's goop everywhere. It's taken a long time to put that together. I mean, honestly, Lord fucking knows what happened when the staff went climbing to the summit after it closed. I mean, like, what? It's so dangerous. If Theo can't do it, why is the whole staff able to do it? This is when the game starts getting really pretty. I went to a really cool, like, northern luxury hotel type thing with, like, a rustic, old-fashioned feel for my cousin's wedding. It was, like, perfect. It was just what you'd expect. I think I've been there before, too. Like, totally. But, there's another one called, like, the George Washington in New Hampshire that's really well-known. I've been in there as, like, a kid. I visited, like, dropped my mom off with my sister. It was an amazing drive afterwards. It was snowy, the roads were so just alpine, so scenic even on the way to the hotel. We were listening to some good albums, and that was a really nice memory. Playing Fire Emblem Fates up north on release weekend. Classic vintage memories. That is such a good thing. Now that Splatoon is out, the same team works on both of them. It's time, like, it's gonna be interesting. They've never done a proper Animal Crossing twice on one console. I don't think they ever will. But, we don't know what's up for the Switch's successor, like the Switch 2. It seems pretty likely that they're going to do something next year, because it's about time, so, I could see... Let's see. How long did it take them after New Horizons for Splatoon 2? That was 2 years. New Horizons was about 2.5 years after Splatoon 2. I think... pretty early into the next console's life cycle, they're gonna have the next Animal Crossing, and it's gonna feel oddly soon to us, but like, they kind of abandoned Animal Crossing early. They did very little. Well, no, they did some significant things, but it felt like very little for the updates. So I would say that they're probably well along whatever's next right now. But before that, I think there's enough of a gap with neither of those games that they could, beyond planning the next one in like 2025 or whatever, I think they could be bringing out a cool spin-off, because they've tried 2 spin-offs before. One was like fine, and they brought it back as DLC instead of a full game. One bombed. One did very badly. But I think that there's a lot of spin-off potential with Animal Crossing, and I think they're really going to be eager to do something with the popularity of New Horizons, which is like one of the most popular games of all time. Splatoon 3 might be set up for a similar thing right now, but I don't think it'll get quite as far without New Horizons COVID. I think we're gonna see Animal Crossing soon, possibly before the Switch 2, in like a spin-off. But I think the real one is gonna come 2025 or so, and it feels so weird to already be thinking about new Animal Crossing again, because there was like 8 years between the last one and New Horizons, but I think they're going to close the gap quicker, for sure, because they're going to want that out quick with the new Switch install base, and they're trying to get people who bought a Switch for New Horizons over, because that was one of the most bought games, like the second most bought game, and in a whole stratosphere of its own, with just Mario Kart in sales, until fucking Scarfy gets up there, I guess. But, if that happens, what I really want is I want them to port an old game. They've never ported an old Animal Crossing, but it would be a great time to do that, to bring back an older one and get people into that. They've never done it, but I think that is a huge missed opportunity whenever they don't do it. I think they should remake the first one, or remake the DS one. I don't know, that's not a port, but I think that would be sick. I don't play New Horizons much anymore, but I still play all of the old Animal Crossing, so getting one of them on Switch would be like a smaller version of my Return to Dreamland fantasy. Newer Leaf. Yeah, New England for sure. Yeah, New Leaf would be an incredible thing to port. I don't think they will because it's the most recent one, and it's easy to compare how much more engaging it is than New Horizons if they're head-on. Unfortunately, a lot of fans feel like New Leaf, myself included, was a step up compared to New Horizons, which is bad when it's the one that came right before it, pretty obviously. I was pretty whatever on New Leaf for most of my time, and I spent a lot of time with all of the Animal Crossings now, but having done that and gone back, New Leaf stands head and shoulders over most of the other ones to me now. I think it would be quirky enough for them to remake the first one, and I bet that would be a solid game. I really like it too, but I'm not always in the mood for like eerie, haunted, old N64 graphics, not for like a cute, cozy life sim. It just feels too creepy sometimes with like the polygons and the darkness. I am excited for Animal Crossing 6 though, when that comes. I just wanted to help! She did just want to help. That never really got communicated right. Like, everybody on her side knows that. I've decided to close the hotel for repairs. The second floor plumbing is leaking. The library is in disarray. Not to mention the hole in the ceiling of the presidential suite. Please just leave me alone. He has, like, the most dialogue. He has so much dialogue, and it's mostly, like, not sensical because he's kind of losing it. The slime. Maddie Kong Island. Do 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 do. I haven't heard this track in a long time. Wait, who is it by? What's this song? Cool. Oh, wait. They won't tell me. I want to know. It's all the same thing. Exactly, Noreen. The ending isn't satisfying. Music by Crystal Lee. Well, this is cool, scary music. Yeah, I've been here. You know, I will say the platforming itself wasn't too annoying this time. I appreciate the difference in the platforming. One thing that could redeem this game is I'm currently playing Metroid Fusion, which is a very different Metroid game from what I'm used to, where it kind of guides you through. You're not really thinking on your own, you're just kind of following a linear path. And it makes you feel like you're exploring the way that this game does in this chapter, where it shows you stuff and it's like, oh, aren't you glad you're here now? It feels like you discovered it. And it's like, well, no, I just wandered into it. But it's more to like implant the feeling of exploration and even dread. It's kind of a horror game more than other Metroids, it seems. Even more than Dread. But it seems like a game that kind of like is feeding you emotions the whole time, which I think is cool in its own way. And I feel like that might be a similar philosophy to this, where I might kind of appreciate the vibe of this more after having played more Fusion, but I've played very little Fusion, truth be told. It's now time to talk about Lily. I love Lily. I love how her second focus episode, which she got because they just decided she was that worth it, was about like her mental sharpness. Like, I love scatting for her, and I noticed that there's also like an open part of the song that I'm really closely trying to analyze right now, because I really need to figure out like what specific thing she says to her dad in order to give the resolution to that episode. Because I might not have to think about Steins Gate, but I sure as fuck have to understand every part of that episode for my thesis, because my thesis is titled after it and it's all about it. I love that they don't deal with her dysphoria or her transition at all in her episode, and it's just about scatting, and the scatting symbolizes like how smart she is, how quick-witted she is and stuff. It's this whole other character. It's just, I've been thinking lately, all you need to be a well-developed person is to have like one solid trait, one solid personality trait, and then it's like a second one that complements it. Like, all you need is two, and then people probably give you a pass. Like, oh, you have depth. You have two traits instead of one. That's how I feel about her. She's like sunny and fun, and like, you know, she's a little idle. But she's also so sharp. She's just so clever, and she thinks so quickly, and she's so grown up mentally. Like, she knows so many things, even though she's still a baby emotionally, and that's so like cool. I don't know, it's so cool how she like finds the resolve to compete when things look like they're really tough, and like is putting on the face with the little bastard kid, but also is a little wiser than him and is comforting. That's such a cool episode. Like, it's not really interesting in terms of gender, but that is kind of what's interesting about it. It's just, they're just letting her be a person. Like, it really is just backstory. It is time to talk of Lily, or I'll roll up on Monday like, damn it, I should have talked about Lily more on the stream. It's so cool. It's such a cool episode right there. One big theory I have, sorry, it's easy for me to transition into like hardcore trans theory talk, but I want to kind of be like, you know, not too hardcore on the stream. I wandered into talking to two of my friends today and just randomly was able to bring up like all of my thoughts in the middle of the day, and I was like, well, I'll allocate 1 hour of my study to talking to two other people about trans stuff and airing out my feelings. I love how one really big thing I've caught is that she says that she's fine and happy. Like, now that she's not going to go through puberty, she's never going to have to not be Lily. And that's really interesting to me, because she obviously has, I think, leg and facial hair dysphoria to a really bad degree, but she doesn't seem to have what you call bottom dysphoria. Like, she doesn't really seem to care at all about the fact that, like, there's no zombie SRS. She's not getting zombie SRS. Like, she's definitely not. And obviously you can't, because there's, you know, they're barely able to go into society. They certainly can't start having Kotaro talk about zombie surgery. So I think it's really interesting. Reading Hanayome wa Motodanshi, The Bride Was a Boy, I realized more and more, like, it seems like there's plenty of people who talk about medical transition stuff who, without putting on the pressure they have to fully transition. I've read a lot of stuff where people are like, you know, it's very similar. It's where like people understand, like, there is pressure to get bottom surgery, but there's also not, and stuff like that. I thought that maybe there'd be more pressure in Japan than here, but from what I've been reading so far, it seems normal. So it's not that crazy for like, oh wow, incredible rep for not being 100%, you know, getting every surgery you can. I think it's more interesting that the girls struggle with accepting her once they realize that she's like non-op in that way. And like, there's no way for her to get bottom surgery. And she doesn't seem to care. Like, she's happy. She's really happy at the end of episode 8 with her body. Like, she's never, like, there was no dysphoria anymore in all of season 1, season 2. She's pumped because she's not going through puberty. And I think that's really cool because the medical model, I think, can really normalize conditionally, like, oh, you're a real woman as long as you get X, Y, and Z surgery. And she's never going to get X, Y, and Z surgery. So there's no narrative to implant here that will make her like just like another girl. They have to accept her as she is physically. And they do. Like, Franchushu is a really conditional space where she can be accepted, like, as a girl, as part of a girl group, no holds barred, just with no expectation of bottom surgery. That's a really big thing that I've caught that I think makes Kotaro and Franchushu such an interesting, like, trans escape fantasy. Because they're like, shit, are we gonna accept her with her body as it is? And then they're like, yes, that doesn't define your gender. Thank you. I need them. This is like the crux. I don't know how much. I don't know how much I need. I'm gonna start writing next week. I did my outline. You know, I'm working on my outline. I have like a rough outline this week. I don't know how much more material I'm going to need, but this is the heart of it. My thoughts on her dysphoria and my thoughts on the acceptance of the group. And I just think that it's really interesting how she's able to get this happy place through the supernatural elements, because like it doesn't shy away from the sadness and brutality of the trans experience. It plays it up, but she's still able to be happy, and so uniquely happy. Like, she never has to go through puberty. She never even has to be a teen. Like, she's always gonna be a little girl. She's just like always gonna be how she is. Like, I don't really have much to say about where Saki and Lily will like touch on this notion of being young forever. I thought I might develop that because I think that could, if that gets explored more in the next season or the movies, become really interesting, seeing girls trapped in their youth. But Saki having a meltdown is like only scratching the surface of the power of them being trapped in their youth. This is why I'm putting zombies in academia, by the way. Like, I just think it straight up has academic merit. I think Saki's first focus episode shows how interesting I should write this in my... Saki's first episode shows how interesting the zombie setup can be for solving really realistic interpersonal issues, and it's really cool. It's like this realistic fantasy thing. And then Lily's episode, I think, maybe takes it further by dealing with an even heavier topic than dying, like dying with gender identity, being a thing in your life. But I think Saki's second episode just touches on the question of being young, being stuck in youth, and accepting that. I don't think I have much to say besides, like, yeah, isn't it crazy? Like, isn't it crazy? Whoa, wait! They can't join their fan at the hot spring. She kind of gestures at it, being because they're zombies. Lily? No, you've never mentioned this! Join their fan at the hot springs. In the first season? When they're doing the drug deal? The deal for the pharmaceutical company? Their fan. A female fan in season 1? Oh, second season. The other kill. Wait, what? Their fan. Oh, yeah! Oh my god, my! That's right! We haven't... The My episode kind of slipped under my radar because, like, I watched it when I was kind of binging season 2 and there wasn't too much, Lily going on. Yeah, my. Oh my god, my. She's the one who says it. Yeah, that would line up. Like, I don't know what I feel about, like, perpetually being 9 or whatever. Like, I don't know if that's gonna be good for her. And I don't know how much the series is gonna explore that. I'll have to do that for a PhD, I guess. But, at the moment, all I can say is like, in the structure of what we have, it's just such a happy story, even though it encompasses the entire spectrum of the entire experience of dying. Like it encompasses a tragic death, but it's like so unambiguously positive in its resolution. Unlike that attempt right there. I really am like the political environment of Franchushu, I think, is almost entirely. I should probably air this kind of thing out while we're talking before as my peer review to make sure I'm not missing anything. The political environment of Franchushu is determined almost entirely by Kotaro, I think, because he has the agency, he has the housing, he's the only person who knows how they're alive. Like, even if we're being told that the reason that they can't go into society is that they'll get shot, and that is being shown with the local cop, I think Kotaro, I don't think they can make it on their own without Kotaro. They do it for a long time, and that's definitely good. I also had a theory a couple days ago that I think it's fair for people to be uncomfortable with the premise of Kotaro having a bunch of teen girls locked in his house that only he knows why they're alive, and also he revived them without their consent. I think it's totally fine to be skeeved out by that. Kind of like Mob Psycho, Reiken is obviously taking advantage of Mob. But I've been thinking that things get so much better. Like, things are getting so much better. We now have proof that they can survive on their own without Kotaro, though I'll circle back to that. They have connections. They have, like, small connections. They have their first friends outside of Franchushu, thanks to Mai. Mai definitely helps. And their friends at work. Like, Ai has friends at work. They're starting to get more connections outside of Kotaro. They've now teased the possibility that they'll be accepted as zombies just because Saga knows them as Franchushu. Like, it's a huge step up. Like, in the first season, they are 100% stuck with Kotaro because nobody would know what to do with them if they tried to move out and be zombies. I think only Saga would be willing to listen to them because they love them. You know, they probably love them enough to go through this, but at the start, it's very uncomfortable because nobody consented to this, and only Kotaro knows what's going on, and even we don't know what's going on. But, what was I going to say? This is about Kotaro's issues. Oh yeah, because I think at the end of the day, like, he does leave it up to them, but he gives them a strong push, like, fuck you, figure it out. Like, this isn't Lily. This isn't Masao, this is obviously Lily, and he obviously knows enough about her gender identity and her body situation to have helped navigate everything this far. So at the end of the day, it's a safe space because he's not going to let them exclude Lily after everything they've been through. But it still comes down to Franchushu and fucking Saki being like, I don't give a shit what she's got in her pants. That's a girl to me. And that sets the tone for this little subculture. Like, Franchushu has a totally separate trans environment because they all have to learn about trans issues in that moment, especially Yugiri. And they have to go through it on their own. And there's nothing external, like, forming their values besides maybe Kotaro, because he is kind of in charge in the end. Fuck! This is Mondo tricky. One thing that really trips me up with Lily, I have to go through stuff again, is I don't know how often she says, like, Miri wa onna no ko. Like, I don't know how often she says that she's a girl, and it's not just implying, like, Lily is Lily. Like, I'm not Masao. I've noticed something with trans characters where they'll be like, I don't know, like, Namae wa namae. Like, as if, like, you know, referring to them and who they are is their whole gender explanation. And Lily does that a lot. And it can be a little hard to follow, where I mostly have to trust, like, the localizer's directions, basically, is how I go with a lot of trans stuff. Where it's like, well, they're not gonna let Crunchyroll fuck this up. So they're probably gonna say, Lily's a girl, even if in Japanese they're saying something much more ambiguous. Because when she's in the bathroom with the actor boy, and he's like, what? This is a boy's room, you can't be in here. She's like, they translate it to, it's just me after all. And to Japanese she says, it's just Rokugo, it's just number 6, I'm just me. And there are some times where I'm like, is she calling herself a boy? It just doesn't feel like it. It just doesn't. But it almost feels like linguistically you could find a way in to say that she's saying that she isn't quite not a boy. It's really complicated, but it's just because I'm not that familiar with handling, like, referring to yourself exclusively with your name and, like, assumption. Like, I'm pretty sure that she strongly rejects being assigned a male identity by the everything about her story. But it's tricky on a linguistic level. I think you have to look at what the localizers put on subs, or, you know, dubs. They're pretty similar for this show. When they're talking about her gender in season 1. Because, like, literally in Japanese they'll be saying, like, yeah, she's Lily, don't you get it? And I once saw a transphobic comment that was like, she's not trans, all she did was change her name. And you kind of have to give that a moment, because, like, it's true, they just talk about her name, they talk about her gender kind of in a vague way, just by talking about, like, oh, she's not Masao anymore, she's Lily now. Which I think is very identity affirming and very identity loaded, and probably them trying to be really clear that they are talking about a trans character who changed their identity, but they're doing it in this poetic way that's kind of unclear. Like, it's very clear, you can feel it, but you can't really point to where they say it. I don't know, it's like, yes, Noreen, I agree. That's what I say. The text never assigns tone of fear or danger to Kotaro, and they don't even legitimize his harassment as abuse. Like, I think the abuse word is really confusing for me here, because I think it's easy to take a feminist lens to this and be like, oh, well, he's berating them and saying mean things and hitting them. Oh my god, thank god. And they have no agency. This is abuse. He set up an abusive situation. And I don't think I would ever shut the door on somebody's interpretation that way, but it's like you said, the text isn't presenting him this way. It's comedic, and he's being shown to care about them through actions and what he does when they're in danger and how he takes care of them. So it's really, really obvious. It's like Reagan and Mob. Like, yeah, you can point out that Reagan is kind of weird, but the text is not at all going that way. They might acknowledge it more than Zombieland Saga does, but yeah, I agree with you very strongly. It's like, yeah, you could come in and read it in all these ways, and you're probably right. There's at least logic there, but the text never positions him as, like, an actual bad guy. Yeah. That's something I don't know quite as much. I don't have as many examples of that kind of thing. I'd be interested to talk more about that being part of the comedy landscape. Yeah, he's not paternal. He's like a guardian in the way that Reagan is, but to more of a degree. I think in that moment her gender is irrelevant, not that she is a boy. Well, I think... I don't know. I don't know what readings are invalid there. They do, the thing is, they say everything metatextual is still kind of vague. Like the pink and blue ribbons, that's a trans flag, but it can still mean a lot of things. And there's even interviews where they're like, we wanted to be very delicate with how we handle Lily's identity. Like, they really put their whole ass pussy into this. But they never straight up say that she's a girl. And I'm not saying that I personally believe that she's not, like, a binary girl, because I think that Fran Schuster is a very binary space. And if she were like, I'm not Masao, I'm Lily, I'm kind of like a boy and kind of like a girl, but also kind of a different thing, then there would have been a different tone. Like, everybody knows she's a binary girl. But I think when transphobes try to lock into this argument that she's not a girl, I think it's kind of that, like, in trying to be very careful, they never explicitly say that she's a binary girl, unless there's, like, one thing that locks it all in. It's always just kind of obvious. It's just kind of the obvious feeling of what's going on. Oh god, really? I've only seen so much Monsai, but it's definitely, like, definitely seems kind of tense. Not tense, but, like, you know, like, at someone's expense. The good news is one of my friends did a whole little research thing on Japanese comedy, so I have people to talk to about this, including you. Yeah. That is something I thought of. This is thank you. You're gonna end up being in my thank yous for this thesis because of these conversations. I knew this and I prepared for it. I had this thought also. I also had this thought that being an idol has to be very, but I didn't end up following through with it. I don't actually have anything right now saying that she is binary because she's an idol. That probably would be a really good thing to spend a little bit of time on. I probably should at least give a section of the paper to the fact that they're idols. Because that really does lock it in as feeling very non-binary. I mean, very, very binary. That's really what it is. It's Fran Schuster having their own values as like a separate part of, separate from society, and being an idol group. Like, who am I even kidding? I think he literally says, "Onna no idol group." Or like he literally says, they translate it as like your girly idol group, which is actually more vague than what he literally says, which is like your girl idol group or something like that. Like, there's no way. There's no way she's not binary. Thank you for reminding me of that. That's probably what kept me confident months ago, but then I saw enough transphobic comments that I was like, oh my god, what if they're right? Things are so different in Japan. And they are! A big part of my thesis is that, I think she's only, like, the most, well, there are other characters that are beloved, but I think she combines popularity with this, like, very LGBT medical binary narrative, transition narrative. I think she resonates so well with people because the show already was pretty popular. It had, like, a very shocking beginning. It was well produced. People were talking about it, and then this got dropped. So there were a lot of eyes on it, and they just talk about trans stuff in a way that is so international. It's not Japan specific. It's not like, oh yeah, this method of gender play calls back to Takarazuka. Like, this is big in the 1940s. Like, no, this is so medical. This is so, like, dysphoria is the bad guy. I'm rejecting my old identity. I experienced dysphoria. There is one identity. I am rejecting the old one. It is so, I guess, Western. I hate throwing that out there, but it is so GID. It is so medical. It is so, like, mainstream. Because GID, gender identity disordered, mainstreamed the whole, you know, the medical transition will make you a normal woman. And Lily is that. Lily's a normal woman. That's how they're treating her. And that's extremely appealing to a lot of LGBT people. But I think you gotta be aware of the fact that, like, that does not cover the entire trans experience at all. You're right about that. Oh my god, thank you for saying that. Oh my god. Because there are some days where I'm like, oh, you know what else is a really popular kind of entertainer in Japan that's trans, that, like, is kind of liminally accepted, but I've heard people say isn't really something you would expect to meet day to day, is new half is a term. Like, you know, entertainers like one entertainers, like, there are a lot of trans feminine or cross-dressing entertainers who are kind of seen as jokes. Sometimes not, but like that's a whole thing. Like the solo or not solo, the trans feminine entertainer, whether it's like the sex trade or like TV performers, which seems to be more still relevant now. That is a space where you can be trans, but I don't think idols are a space where you can be trans. And there have been times where I'm like, holy shit, she's a performer. What if they're not treating her as binary trans? You're totally right. There's kind of an ambiguity before she's in a girl group, but now she's in a girl group. And Kotaro there we have it. Kotaro genders her as binary female when he puts the shovel in the dirt to pick her up, because he wouldn't pick her up out of the dirt if he didn't see her as a woman enough to be in a girl idol group. It's all very weird and culturally loaded, but it is undeniable that he would not have invited her if he didn't think that she belonged. This thesis just got better. Yeah, and it's like, I don't think that it's problematic. I think it's only problematic when you see people online being like, Lily is the best trans story and everything else is transphobic. Japan just can't get it straight with all of these like cross-dressers and all these people like, are you or are you not a girl? Like, people will really say really bad stuff about cross-dressers and feminine men and stuff like that. This probably sounds crazy. People say really crazy stuff about identities that have historically existed in recent history that are like decades old identities and stuff that are just separate from the binary GID, I want to be a normal woman, treat me as a normal woman, I'm gonna get surgery about it identity. They will say awful things because they don't relate to it as much, because they're frankly like me, where I grew up with that GID binary, and I was like, yeah, people who aren't binary or not fully transitioning, they're not normal, but I'm normal, and that's such a big part of the GID way of being trans. You're like, ooh, I'm gonna get a slice of that normalcy pie. I'm gonna be just like every other woman. And the author of Hanayome was very similar, where she was like, I'm gonna not scare my parents and research this and find out how normal it is. And all of her sources are like, the new normal, how to be a normal woman through gender identity disorder diagnosis. And it's really different from other non-medicalized trans identities. They are. I'm gonna have to cite everybody. You're all getting cited and thanked for listening. Thank you, Noreen. Thank you, Noreen. I do believe that now. Kotaro draws the line between the ambiguously gendered trans performer and the binary idol of the stage with the fucking paper I'm gonna find about idols and how fucking normalized, how fucking mainstream woman they are. I'm so glad! We're gonna have a fuck lot of them. I really ought to write these down. I really ought to write these down. One sec. I do genuinely believe this is only one character, if not one episode. This show can be discussed so deeply for so long. Like, most shows that I see people talk on and on about are like battle shonen with really nuanced power systems and really detailed world building, but I could talk about Zombieland Saga for months. It's so cool. I literally think it's fascinating. The premise. Oh, here's Death's Dynamic Shroud. I do not know why this is coming up in the emo metal playlist. The real source was the friends they made along the way, which is intellectual theft, but This thesis has been weighing on me for years. It's just so crazy. It's the biggest thing I've ever done academically. And I mean, I came in here thinking I was going to talk about Cardcaptor Sakura and just like how objectively interesting it is that there's a mainstream example of same-sex attraction and everything in that show, or multiple examples. But like, this is so much more core to me. I can't believe I thought of this. I thought of this on the fly, and I've been passionate about it for like almost a year now. It's just such a cool topic. I was like, isn't it interesting that Lily is the way she is? And it just keeps unfolding. I'm really happy with what I chose. And I mean, I spent all day thinking about queer theory when I'm working on this. It's like a lot of introspection. It's really healing to be able to say explicitly what I think, or, yeah. And I'm happy that I've been able to steer away from stuff that I don't understand. It's just, I don't know. There are some topics I thought I would have to tackle that I just don't really think are in the scope of my paper anymore. But professors keep encouraging me to do this deep reading where I think of my own theories about, you know, Zombieland Saga and what's so interesting about it. Like Kotaro choosing Lily. That's interesting to me now, because he, as an external person, assigned her an identity, which is whatever fits in a female idol group. I kept trying to be like, oh, well, maybe I should look up more stuff and make more real-life connections and prove that, like, Lily is, like, objectively the most popular trans character ever, but, like, I don't really know how to go about that. And I'm more passionate about just getting the juice out of Zombieland Saga. Which is nice, because usually I feel like I'm kind of borrowing other people's ideas and parroting, like, theories and just, like, applying theories to something where it's, like, hard to argue that it's true because you can prove it. This feels like something that I don't usually do in my academic career, which is like close readings of my own interpretations of a media. So it feels like I'm stepping into something new here. It's pretty satisfying. No, I don't think so. What is Shugochara? Aluka is like the coolest trans character too. I really, really like Aluka. I don't know exactly what the story is, but people are talking about how, like... Well, this is the same thing with One Piece. They mentioned that, like, mostly the One Piece trans characters are offensive stereotypes, but then they randomly nail it with, Kiku Nojo? Kiku Nojo is, like, some kind of trans feminine lady whose identity is respected a lot, and it almost felt like the author started to figure it out after making a bunch of super offensive stereotypes and stuff. Which seems like an interesting, similar story to the mangaka of Hunter x Hunter. Now, I don't know much about Kiku Nojo, but Aluka is just such a popular character, like such a like known part of Hunter x Hunter that like it's just really cool to see the nuance and how like it seems like Killua gendering her correctly is like a heroic, big brotherly loving thing, which is really cool and like really, really transpositive. And it doesn't even have to say anything about what kind of trans person Aluka is, because this is a fantasy world, unlike Lily, which is really realistic, with like one supernatural twist, which is why I find it so fun. Maybe that's just what I like, supernatural, realistic stuff. But, I don't know, it's like, yeah, it's like a universally cool story about, I don't know, like, upholding your sister's identity, and it's not core to her character arc from what I've read. I still want to watch more. It just seems kind of like, oh yeah, Aluka's trans, and it's bad to misgender her, and good to gender her right. That's how you do it. I don't know. It's timeless. Bi-gender. If I had a nickel for every time bi-gender came up in my day today, I'd have 2 nickels. What, oh, bi-gender didn't exist at the time. There are multiple genders. When did Shugochara come out? Because I think the gender fluid people that people like from Sailor Moon, from what I read today, seem to be gender fluid. It seems to be kind of the thing. I don't know if it's gender performance or gender identity. Hell, if anybody ever does in Japan, from what I've been finding. But even that is something. I thought I was going to be writing more about how like Lily has a firm gender identity versus having it kind of be vague, but I don't know, it's kind of like a background thing, and it's a very hard topic to deal with directly, I think. Like, what counts as a gender identity versus simple gender performance? It's really effing vague, especially with the Japanese trans examples that I am familiar with, and what I know of Japanese trans history, which is only a sort of superficial amount from reading documents and accounts from work in 2005. Oh, my friend using that label for their gender. I was like, oh, hell yeah, I'm ready for this. I'm ready for bi-gender. That feels really nice. Not for myself, though. My gender feels pretty constant. What changes is kind of just how I am aware of it. It's like my feelings for Hollow Knight. I think I've been in touch with it for my whole life, but like, I kind of forget parts of it. Usually I like remember a past memory and a past feeling when I discover a new part of my gender. But it feels like one gender. It's probably non-binary. It seems pretty non-binary. Butler? You don't have a history with Black Butler, do you? Grell is a firestorm from what I was looking at. I like Grell. I like Grell. Grell is like, I am a lady. I am a fun lady. A lady like me should be treated this way. And then even though Sebastian will just be not referring to her one way or another, the subtitles are like, that guy needs to shut up. Like the localizers were told like, kill. Misgender, if that's even what we're dealing with here. And then there's like conflicting notes from the mangaka on what was even intended with Grell, so it's like, great. Endless fan wars, thank you. Gender as performativity. Yeah! I don't know. This is like the hardcore stuff that like I don't know how much I want to just like bleh onto like the permanent records of Melovania, but I've been struggling with like I think a lot of people in my life are like gender is just performativity and there's nothing else, but like I don't know if it was just me being mentally ill and being fed the GID narrative very young and having to like pretend that there were all these internal things to me, or maybe it's even my spirituality. But to me, like, there is something to gender besides performativity. I haven't read Judith Butler's stuff. I see people sometimes mention, like, oh, don't worry, like there's nothing to it except for how you perform. And I understand, like, that might be it for other people. That seems like a really valid way to look at things. But for me, I'm like, it just feels like there's an internal part to gender. And I don't know how to phrase it, but I thought that kind of thing would come out more in this research. And, like, I am thinking about it a lot, but, I don't know, like, I don't want to come on too hard if this is kind of like thinking that I don't love once I realize that it's like, well, consider that the GID narrative told you that you had to believe in an inner woman and you had to believe in this X, Y, and Z. It's really complicated. Because it's like, well, maybe I was fed it for a problematic reason, but now it does feel pretty core to my belief about my own gender identity. But then again, I'm like, well, maybe it's a thing that is only socially constructed, that is individual to you and exists inside of you, and there's no difference. So my thoughts on gender performativity being the end of gender identity kind of are complicated. And I can't exactly just not deal with that, because I do just kind of end up coming up blank when I look at stuff where I want to say that, oh, gender identity isn't being dealt with much, and that's what upsets people about a lot of trans characters in anime. It's just like ambiguous performance. I don't know if they're a boy or they're not a boy, or they're non-binary, or they don't have a gender, yet identity's not coming up. It's hard to tell. But it's not really getting any easier when I do give myself that mental space to think that. So my own thoughts are pretty complicated. That's cool, yeah. I brought that up today with my friends about dysphoria. That's kind of my tricky, complicated feeling of the lifetime. Because for some pretty obvious reasons, like, I kind of wanted to believe growing up that dysphoria was something medical, that dysphoria was something inside of me, that, like, my nerves weren't happy with each other. Because if dysphoria is 100% learned, and 100% I don't like how my body looks because of socialization, then I understand that could be very, very deep and really complicated and give me feelings as if it's core to me when it's not. But I've actually been keeping my stubble, which does make me dysphoric, but which I feel very positive about. Like, I like girls with stubble. I think that's cool. I think that's, like, fun. Like, I wish I could draw Jiro from My Hero with stubble, because I think that's so funny, and she looks like a love child of the most popular ship of the present Mike and Aizawa, and that just fits her so well, and it's so funny. But, like, for myself, like, I like having stubble. I hate how it feels. I don't just dislike it on a sensory level, but it icks me out in what I would call dysphoria. And I'm kind of just keeping it in this kind of sustainable and comfortable place because I really want to see if I grow out of it or not. Like, can I desocialize the belief that this is making me feel like crap? Like, can I desocialize the belief that this makes me feel like crap? Was it learned? Can it be unlearned? Or is this actually some kind of fucking, like, neurological breakdown? Because then I have to remember, like, okay, well then why did hormone treatment make me feel so much better? Like, was it because I was being socially told that my brain doesn't work? Like, it's really hard because I do think I heal a lot acknowledging how much of dysphoria is socialized. And when I say socialized, I don't just mean like, oh, men look like this, women look like that. I mean like racism and like anti-Semitism and stuff like that. Where like once I started to realize that things that I thought on my face were masculine are things that just like not only transphobia but racism tell us are unfeminine, that's when I was like, oh. Like, yeah, I don't know if I believe that I was born uncomfortable with my eyebrows. I think that's probably a combination of like racism and other factors. Like, it's really complicated. And because of that, I've been wondering like how much of dysphoria can be unlearned, how much of dysphoria is actually somehow inherent to my experience. And I think about hormones and I'm like, dude, why wasn't my brain working before hormones? Like, that's not socialized. This is like the deepest, darkest thing I could even share, to be honest. Like, that is like a raw curiosity of mine that I'm very glad to not have to think about much with this project. Intrinsic inclination. See, that's like... Right, Noreen. It's, yeah, I mean, I think we both grew up in a similar region. I can't really speak for you exactly, but I grew up in a predominantly white area, so a lot of stuff I have had to learn with, like, body image and all kinds of racial stuff. And it's only come recently, but God, it was nice. God, it was nice to realize that what I was saying about, like, oh, my shoulders are X, my eyebrows are X, my nose is X, that to me seemed like a trans thing. Then you immediately realize that people of color might feel like that forever, no matter if they're trans or not. And it's not because of transphobia, it's because of white cis women being held up as the beauty model. So that's been incredibly liberating. But the hormones I remembered today was such a brain blast. I was like, wait. Everybody seems to agree, or at least there is a very common thread in which people say that hormones magically made their bodies feel better. I think there is a medical component to GID that right now I think we're probably trying to like lean against as a community. Like, oh, you can unlearn dysphoria. It's not medical. Don't worry. You know, because I mean, I think that's good because I think we need to medicalize it less and not put as much focus on the medical stuff. But it is possible that people who don't know what they're talking about are kind of putting around these ideas that you're invalid for believing that there is internal medical stuff. It's a complicated line, because I can acknowledge that my beliefs may have come from places that I don't like, because I don't like that a lot of my beliefs came from a highly medicalized view of looking at gender, when I think that that's really reductive. And it makes sense, socially, why medicalization was such a dominant paradigm, but that's still just a dominant paradigm playing off of trying to get power from being cis. And that's not really inherently good. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I'm like very gently going up to my friends and being like, hey, do you think there could be a possibility that there's something inherent about gender and inherent about dysphoria? Because like I've been feeling like I can't feel that way lately. Yeah, there was a beautiful thing. And Chi, who wrote Hanayome wa Moto Dansei, not deshita, just Hanayome wa Moto Dansei. Poor title. She had an amazing quote, which she is very similar to me, like hardcore. Like she makes a lot of references to the fact that you don't need to transition. There's all kinds of ways to be trans. You might not even like using the LGBT as like a label or anything. She makes a lot of comments towards experiences that are different from her own, but her whole book is about medical transitioning. Like, to what degree are you going to medically transition? It's all this very binary, very GID stuff. She had an amazing quote that was about that same kind of thing. I can't quite remember it, but it was very powerful and very personal, and about like, by the way, it seems very clear in a great degree, for a great degree of reasons, that conversion therapy doesn't work. You can't change what gender you identify as against your will. And that really helps me. Because, you know, obviously conservatives in America have made me afraid to take comfort in the word gender identity. Like, oh, I identify as an attack helicopter. Like, that's a real thing that's damaged my confidence. But gender identity, it's something. I want to believe it's something. If I'm wrong, I'll back down. But gender identity has definitely been a something in my life. This is good stuff. This is serious discussion. Oh my god. Am I trying to make this jump all the way down there? I'm definitely guessing. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's something I think I need to deal with more. Hell, internalized lesbophobia, if it's even internalized, is running my life right now. If it is internalized and not legitimate sexuality complication. God, yeah. That brain really can internalize. That brain really can internalize. They weren't kidding. You can really internalize phobias and isms. Mm-hmm. They really do. They really do, and we don't clean them. We don't degunk them. I like the mall scene. I like Zombieland Saga. The mall scene really hit for me last year. Oh my god, during the catastrophe. The second Kotaro separation with the kids and the community. I was just... Ah! That was tough. That just came down to guessing so many components over and over again. Brains are whack, yeah. Yeah, next thing you know, you're living in Oshido's mansion. Bam. This thing's following me. Oh, jeez. This is a lighter Zombieland Saga question. I mean, didn't Yukiri and past Kotaro have a thing? I was trying to remember Yukiri's whole flashback arc, and of course it's only half Yukiri. It's also like setting up the premise for the show. But like, weren't they kind of a thing, or were they just friends? Like, everything, I think it's just because when I look at like older Japanese stuff, it's like anything involving a courtesan and a man is like, oh, they're seeing each other. This is part of the complicated ritual of becoming a thing. And I think about it and I'm like, wait, they obviously were a thing, but like, no, they definitely couldn't have been unless she fully lost interest in him over a few reincarnations. Because like, they obviously had some kind of special bond, but I think it really was just this poetic, like, pouring wine, thinking about the revolution, being moved by the charisma and his ideals or whatever. Okay, thank you! I was just thinking about, like, what if... I could have drawn this comic if I could draw a comic. Like, Zombieland Saga Season 4, Kotaro has his glasses off, everybody's putting together the pieces, he's come clean about everything. And they're like, wait, so you had a crush on Sakura? And he's like, hell no, that'd be weird. I had a crush on Yukiri many lifetimes ago. And she's like, yeah, but I'm not really into him anymore. And then it just ends. And that's the end of all of the potentially weird shit with Sakura. Like, that'd be so fucking funny. Because my least favorite part of the show is the premise that, like, it's kind of beautiful that he did the whole thing for her, but it's also super fucking weird. And the fact that they have these scenes that I think are kind of weird and baity, where they're, like, looking in each other's eyes and feeling this connection. Like, it's fucking weird, and I've seen some weird fucking shippers while looking online, and I hate it. But it's so funny that, like, wait, no, the real thing is Yukiri and Kotaro, and they're not a thing. I mean, it's not exactly him. I don't think he's at the point where he remembers his past life, but the fucking immortality grandpa would. Yeah! You just missed really hardcore. We were analyzing all of gender and dysphoria because we're talking about my thesis. I'm writing about the anime Zombieland Saga, which we are spoiling in full force, by the way. I find the premise fascinating, and it has a transgender character that's written in a way that is really resonating with people, and I have a lot to say about it. They do? Oh, because he genuinely loves Saga. That's right! I kind of think of Saga as just kind of like a thing. Like, in my brain, if I were to explain this to my professors in my thesis defense, which I'm going to have to do for some reason in my life, in a room, alone, sweaty, when I'm on my thesis defense, I'm going to have to explain why Kotaro did the Zombieland Saga project. I think I'm going to have a big benefit of how much the premise of Zombieland Saga inherently makes people laugh, and I can, like, throw my second reader off guard that way, or be very uncomfortable, I don't know. I always think of it like, oh, the tragedy of Sakura dying. He wanted to make her an idol, and then he just kind of made up the Zombieland project as that. But no, they spent 2 whole fucking episodes establishing the Saga project and the fucking Saga Typhoon Prophecy. Like, that's a whole other supernatural element. That is like a separate but connected supernatural element. Yeah, I don't want to get too into like personal examples and stuff, because that is like on stream, but we were talking about the nature of like socially constructed dysphoria versus like the possibility of inherent dysphoria, and kind of how I think people online are getting to the point of like, the medical model is bullshit. It's been used to, you know, set this really oppressive mainstream model based on emulating cis people forever. So the dysphoria is 100% socially constructed. And dysphoria is a huge percent socially constructed. Understanding that has been really liberating to me. But we've just kind of been talking about how, like, it doesn't feel quite right. I don't quite understand my feelings yet enough to say that there is no component of dysphoria that isn't just, like, my body being pissed at itself. Like, things I remember from far before I was getting, like, any gender awareness or social messaging from when I was a kid. Like, it just feels like dysphoria is not fully socially constructed, even if going at it from the socially constructed angle is the most liberating thing to be doing right now. It is just kind of like swinging too far in the other direction to throw off the medical model. Is something I'm not ready for personally, and I'm trying not to let impact my bias while I'm working on my project. Because it's complicated, and I love the concept of socially constructed dysphoria, because you can, at least theoretically, somewhat deconstruct how you've been socialized, but, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Juno. I think I'm surprised how many of my friends agree with me on this, because I was reaching a point where just kind of from like a few voices I was getting the impression that there was no medical or psychological component. I grabbed up a book that's really recent and seems really nice, and I've been reading it, and it's by a trans woman, but I don't really understand. This is really very dense, and she sometimes will verge into like feminisms and stuff, and it's a very short book. I'd really rather she was talking all about the psychological side of dysphoria versus how it's impacted feminism, because like, I don't know, it's a psychology book. I'm really here to learn more about the brain than I am TERFs, but AKA we're chilling. Thank you so much for saying that, Naruto. Like, oh my god, that's just... I've seen some stuff from people who have only ever experienced it as a social thing that has really set me back, but it was coming from somebody who I really trusted and who does a lot of learning and stuff, and I was like, fuck, is this the new paradigm? Because if you were to realize that your dysphoria was fully socially constructed, that's the most liberating thing ever, and you probably would want everybody to believe that, but I don't have any negative feelings towards people who do that, because they've been getting told their whole life, possibly, that dysphoria is medical, and if you're going to be a real woman or a real man, which is when the binary comes in from the medical model, because the medical model wouldn't be so mainstream if it weren't attempting to touch on binary cis normativity, which is very binary inherently. Oh god, oh god. Well, it's not necessarily that there's social dysphoria, like social cues, and body dysphoria, like body. I was talking about, like, for example, realizing that a lot of what I used to think was masculine about my face was not just transphobia that informed that, but also, like, racism and anti-Semitism. Like, I've been talking a lot to a white Jewish AFAB friend who... We got misgendered together because of our eyebrows and our noses, for two different reasons, but the same exact thing. And as I've mentioned, I didn't grow up in a very racially diverse area, so I didn't have a lot of people who weren't white to compare myself to. And that's when I realized that stuff that I thought made my body look masculine was not that. It was more just cultural racism and using, like, you know, European white, you know, very, very, I don't know, small nose, small browed women as the model for beauty, and I have not struggled so much with dysphoria since then. It's still there, but it's nothing like the stuff that I would say has been haunting me my whole life. Like, that kind of stuff, I don't think anybody taught me to feel bad about the way that some things, like my shoulders, I didn't feel bad about until I started to notice it. I said I didn't want to get into personal stuff. I'm sorry. It's tricky because I'm like pumped, but I have to remember this is extremely public. Extremely public. Exactly, yeah. The intersectional approach to body stuff is the only way that I go about it. Because there's just no point looking at stuff like socially informed body dysphoria without the intersectional lens. Like, you're completely missing the point. But when it comes to the medical psychological side, I just don't... I feel like something really important about my experience is getting, like, invalidated when people say that there's nothing more to... This is stuff that's been haunting me for like a year, and I've only got to talk to people about it today, so that's pretty fucking nice also. Just note about my day. Yeah, I just feel like such an important part of why I pursued the operations and stuff that I did was that it didn't seem like this stuff was ever going away. Like, I wouldn't have done stuff to my body if I didn't think, if I thought that I could outlearn it, or, you know, outgrow it, stop feeling dysphoria. And there was stuff where I was like, nope, this seems really big, and it seemed really big for a long time, and I gotta just trust it. And my body's been happy ever since, but I would just feel awful if I spent all of that time and everything on, like, a scam, just following some cis, sexist, racist beauty model for my body that was haunting me so badly that I couldn't tell the difference between bad self-esteem and, like, an illness to be medically treated. It's crazy stuff. I need to not use my dash there. I know, right? I know, right? The other theories we have, this is like the theory house. The other theory we have is that this is kind of a tiring part of the game because the dialogue is so repetitive with Mr. Oshudo, which is a very different scale of thought, but you know, it's really kind of a drag. It's very repetitive dialogue trying to build up a threat that, like, is obvious, but then also not obvious at all, and I don't feel threat building up very much. The same kind of thought that came up earlier while I was trying to do my research. I've been doing, like, full-time all day, which is sweet because I get to give myself breaks. But I was like, yeah, we're gonna budget an hour and a half for this conversation that came up. I think I need to actually just talk to people about these thoughts instead of talking to scholars all day. And now I feel better to go back to the scholars. I did it again. Yeah. I feel like people really like extremes. Just, like, as a society. We really like binaries and extremes. One thing that exhausts me about queer theory is that people keep applying it in, like, the vaguest ways. Like, I don't really study queer theory much. I only have, like, the concepts themselves. Because anytime I search, like, Japanese studies queer theory, it's like, the queer identity of Genji and Genji Monogatari. Genji lived a queer life in... By the way, if anybody does not like the Q slur, let me know, I'm sorry. Just because studies use it. Genji lived a queer, non-heteronormative life because he didn't have a house. Or, like, he lived in his wife's house or something like that. It's like, wow, I'm glad we're using this field to study straight people being slightly deviant. Yeah. No, I used to make angry tweets about that. I made some very elaborate angry tweets about that, actually. I made, like, entire fake examples that were painfully realistic. This shreds. What's this? My playlist got a lot sadder tonight. At least, like, shredding her. This is really hard. This is really effing hard. When I get this heart, I'm probably not going to remember the poem fragment that's on it, because it is probably going to have been new to me. That's the famous theory. How have they ever given queer shipping? how one funky tugboat queered the international shipping business. I think the boss fight is pretty fun. Wait. We haven't begun the boss fight part. How fucking long is this B-side? I know there's a harder boss fight at the end. I thought this was going to be the hardest part of this. I did this possibly 5 years ago in my first run, is what I'm realizing, but I don't think I've done it since. I like the boss fight. We spend a lot of time in this level in Melovania. We have a lot of opinions. I like the boss fight. I think there's something just so tiring about the build-up to it. It could have been really cool if they made it more menacing, because they did have something menacing, but it just felt like vaguely creepy the whole time. I might need that sake. Vote of the year? Last year. The throne is open. Oh, that's a spicy topic. That's a spicy-ass topic for next year. I don't know if 2D Kirby games are going to remain my favorite video games. As of right now, they really are, but they've been sitting there comfortably for like 2 years on the throne, not really challenged. But I really like some video games now. We were just talking about Hollow Knight earlier and how I feel like my feelings on it are like in a freezer somewhere because of the pandemic. Like, I know that it was like my most powerful video game experience ever, but I haven't sat down and asked, like, is this the most fun I've ever had with a game? Do I love this game more than any other game? Do I love it as much or more than Planet Robobot? Etc. I feel like next year is going to be tough for Kirby to hang on to its throne. Right now, the big three are all like, well, they're not all my favorite 3 video games of all time, but they are up there. Hollow Knight probably already has it on like Triple Deluxe, but Donkey Kong Country? I really like Donkey Kong Country, and there's 5 games in that series. Like, I think Kirby's in trouble. Like, it's not just like sliding up, it's more like a paradigm shift. Like, Kirby's fun, it's really comforting, I think it's very neat and stuff, but it doesn't really grip me. The betrayal is that I think Forgotten Land gripped me more gameplay-wise than 2D Kirby does. So now I'm like, oh fuck, is it losing real estate to 3D Kirby? Like, how much real estate can it lose before I don't consider it my favorite type of game anymore? Like, there could be some big shakeups next year. I'm really happy about Donkey Kong. It's the silliest thing I've ever become fascinated with. Thank you. It did. No, it really was. I had oodles of fun. You guys can guess what my favorite game was in the top 10 list while I labor over my script, which is in its rough draft state and full of love, but unedited. That could have been it right there. Just like screw the Kirby panel. I'm doing it again this year. It's gonna be sweet. Unironically, Robbie, I can't express to you all, like, if you haven't played a country game, you don't understand, like, people weep over Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Kong Quest. Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Kong Quest. It's a little bit before our time, I think, for gaming, but, like, it changed the world. Like, this was a whole thing. So many people, like, I had no fucking clue. I thought it was just a silly monkey game. This game changed gaming. Like, people weep and make many video game essays about DKC2. Like, the completionist, it's his favorite game. When he dies, it's going to be the final game that he completes. Like, did you play 4 minutes? It's so crunchy. It's Before I started listening to the music, I literally was like, oh, it's just like a silly monkey game. Should have been Metroid. But, oh my god, the music is transcendent. It's easily my favorite video game music. The gameplay is just made to feel great. It's just so fucking drugs. Like, it's the only platform I've gotten that into besides Celeste. And Celeste, I think, Celeste is like, you're slow, everything's methodical. Frankly, it's like Castlevania. But, oh my god, GKC. It feels like you're flying when it works right. It just makes you feel so smart. Oh my god, I wish I was kidding, and I know that the more I talk about it, the sillier it sounds because of how silly Donkey Kong sounds, but like, I legitimately love this series, and it is so new to me, and I'm so excited to dig into it. Even though I really loved in all the different ways I have, like, other 2D series in the last couple of years, and even, like, Disgaea, I don't think I've been this, like, purely excited about getting into a series since I started finding out that Retro Kirby was good. And that was like a great time when I was replaying my big 3 Kirby games and realized that they were all amazing one after another and played like all these retro ones that I loved. So that was like amazing. I was on cloud 9. I'm feeling so similar right now. That's so cool. Yeah, Country's tough as fuck. I keep having to put down the original Country. I've been playing Country Returns to balance it out. That one's a lot better because I started with like the hardest one, but for Tropical Freeze is hard in a different way than the original Country series. So Returns 1 feels fine and awesome and like relaxing, but Country 1, I have a lot to learn with that one. It's been a bit of a chore, but it's cool. It's like very atmospheric, and I know that I don't get it yet. And once I get some of the things, like I had to work like hell. Like I know a lot of friends who have tried DKC games and just hated them because they didn't get it. But you have to use the run button. You have to time everything really well. You have to get into like the groove, and then it'll work. I spent like 2 hours just suffering on the first 2 Worlds of Tropical Freeze, and then I was like, fuck it, I really want to play this game, and I pushed through, and I started using the run button more, and I started balancing it out more, and I kind of clicked with it, and then it was just heaven after that. It took work, though. It really took work to figure it out. Oh, yeah. We're in the bathroom. That was like the trans rights one, wasn't it? All I know about that is like Donkey Kong says trans rights or something. You know, it's legitimately hard to get into every DKC game that I've tried to, but it is infinitely worth it, and it immediately makes sense once it clicks. Donkey Kong. Is this Muse? Hi, Muse. No, it's not. Excuse me? This room has an atmosphere. Pretty cool. I kind of felt like the upbeat arcadey music wasn't exactly doing it for most of this level, but this room feels like it was made for this song. It's pretty hype. Oh, by the way, funny New Year's tidings for the Delta Room stream people. I got into bullet hells. I got into shmups. I bought a shmup and I really like it. I woke up one day on like New Year's Eve-ish and I was like, fuck it, I don't want to get out of bed. Best shmups. And I learned about this community and their values and like what games are good and Toho and all that stuff. And I bought this solid fucking early 2000s arcade game on Steam. Oh my god, it's like drinking aesthetic, but also I really like it. Like I actually got a little bit of motion sickness, so I'm like getting used to the insanity of a bullet hell like visually. I love it! I've played it on so many difficulties. I feel really engaged by it. Like, Spamton made me. Spamton Neo baptized me. I actually am going to play a bullet hell game now. It's really fun. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't even sure. I was like joking. I literally was like, oh, LOL, like 2025, year of the shmup. But after Spamton, but I was just like, I could try a game now, and I love the one that I bought. It's so cool. I love it. It's just drugs. It's just pure drugs. It's like, I think because it's like Galaga, it's even more old school than platformers. I think it's just pushing buttons and moving your guy around. It's just so primal. It's just pure drugs into your brain. It's just nothing but sound effects. It's so fun. I feel like it would be a damn headache to make content about. Like, just to look at a bullet hell is probably a headache, but Deltarune 2023 if I play it again. New storm coming. Oh yeah. Yeah! Not always, I don't think, but if you think about something on the top and you have the guy to move on the bottom, that's what well, so shoot 'em ups can be side-scrolling, I think. I think shoot 'em ups can exist in a lot of ways. It's just like, you know, you're shooting a lot of bullets. I don't know, it seems like a very broad one. But all of the bullet hell games that I have seen, like Toho, so far, are things are coming at you, you're flying towards them, like usually like a spaceship or something like that. So it's like Galaga on drugs, just like Galaga super hard mode. Yeah, I like Galaga too. Check out Toho. Yeah, Toho seems like the most like popular, accessible one, but the games by the company Cave seem to be really well regarded by the shmup community, and I've been trying out Cave games because I like the aesthetic a lot. There's like multiple that I like the aesthetic for. I'm playing a game called Mushi-hime Sama. It's like bug themed, and it's so green and blue and early 2000s. It was just like drugs for me. I'm just living. It's so cool. That's amazing. Yeah, I've been thinking about... Oh, tomorrow I'm going to make a video, by the way. I'm just going to drop a random video. I'm going to make it tomorrow if I have the energy. I want to make a quick off-the-cuff video about something because it seems fun and easy to do, and I'm able to collect footage while I'm playing it. Although I thought I was going to play it more and collect more footage. I might not have enough footage. But anyhow, not quite 50 seconds of me crying about Love Live, but I have a quick video I want to make tomorrow, so you'll see that. I've been thinking about quick off-the-cuff videos for when I have a gaming feeling. I think I need more time with bullet hells to do that kind of thing, but this one felt perfect. I'm gonna grab more water, and I don't really want to be up past midnight, so I'm gonna try to get through as far as I can in the next half hour. And I'll be right back. One quick break. Hello. One thing I've noticed about life is that some people don't like being called weird words like dweebus, dork, dweebinator, or any of those things. I keep trying to find certain like teasing nicknames to call one of my friends, and she doesn't like any of them. It actually always kills the mood for her. So I'm learning about who to call a scrombus and who not to call a screebus. Scrombus. Finally, something with a meaning. This is so fucking fun. No, Celeste is knuckle breaking. I've been playing some classic Castlevania. I finally found one that I am in love with. I've liked all the classic Mania I've played, but Rondo of Blood is something else. And this game is honestly giving Rondo tonight. Like, it is just breaking my knuckles at every turn. The colors, the pixel art's real nice. Like, it really looks nice. Very similar, nice colors. I mean, this is a good color for stone. Stone, whatever this is, it's not always light blue. It's got the use of color, which not all gloomy areas do, and that's what I like about Rondo. It's decrepit castles, but oh, they got the flavor, they got the juice. Fusion, Metroid Fusion's also juicy as fuck. I played it last night. It's like actually pride in there. It's so colorful compared to Super. But yeah, this is crunchy. This is crunchy, and it's good sound design. It kills you constantly. It is nothing like Donkey Kong Country, which also has good color and sound design, but it's smooth. You're not supposed to be breaking your fingers on it. Yeah, Metroid Fusion. Gay rights. I'm trying to get up into that weird water drippy area, but there's no way. There's like a secret in the B-side. Dweebus. It's tough to have friends you can't call dweebus. Danger room. When the laundry room has all the atmosphere. We really moved into Oshido's mansion and set up for some deep discussion. What happens in chapter 3 stays in chapter 3. Anybody getting slosh where they live? Is anybody getting like sledded on by the winter instead of snow? It's been very like slooting out here where I am. It's like sleet and slush. It's not snow, and it's been that way for like a month. It's just sloppy, slutty, slooty. Yeah. This is a nice room. Jobabus, Jabubus, Zabliblus, Zabliblius. Yeah, that comes from the same place as Scroobly. Slosh. No, but like I feel like I don't get hail, sleet, or well, either of those things anywhere near enough to ever have to think about it, like maybe once a year. But I've gotten far more sleeting soon notifications than I have in my entire life for this last month. Like I don't think we've had any snow besides today was a wintry mix. Like every day, slush soon, sleet soon. It's like, what? I like it. It's like less intimidating and wintry. I like winter, but it's like hard, and I'm kind of like, challenged out right now, which is tough. Schmarch. Yeah, there was hail maybe last... Was there hail last summer for me? There was like a scary hail day. I can't believe I did this the first time I played this game. This makes me freeze up. Come on. Bullet Hell Jane. I'm gonna run out of stamina. Typhoon. Yeah, easy Typhoon this year. That was really good. That jump right there was really good. Oh, come on. I did it again. Whoops. Mm-hmm. I seriously don't know where this playlist got the idea for, like, electronic beats besides me mentioning Death's Dynamic Shroud, like, constantly out loud. It's just metal. Turns out there's part of my contract that said that I have to shovel if my parents aren't home. Parents. I guess they're like grandparents. They're landlord and lady. Yeah, if my landlord and if the family that actually lives here isn't home and it snows, I'm in charge of shoveling. Which I found out when I was done during finals week. They are so kind to me. I've gotten some true grandmother meals from her. She's also my boss, so I've seen the nastiest sides of her. But They're so kind. They really are so good to me. This is fascinating. I think it's more just like they've done this for like 30 years, and eventually they realize like, oh, we need somebody to shovel. Like, if we're not home, we need somebody to fucking shovel. But some guy showed up and shoveled. They do have a shoveler they can call sometimes, but I think there are times where like they won't pay him because it's too small. Like he won't come if it's a small thing. So that's when it falls into tenant jurisdiction. They must have decided this is the way it had to be at some point. But I looked outside one day and this new shovel guy was out there just shoveling off my car for, I don't know, free? I was told that the guy wasn't even coming. And I was just like, thank you, shovel man. Thank you so much. That's not easy. That's not easy. He was so kind. I was so happy to see him. That was the same snowstorm where I was home alone and I shoveled and looked outside in the middle of the fucking night, like the time of night where you see cryptids in a snowstorm, and my car's door was wide open with fucking 2 inches of snow in there. I was mortified. I don't know if I left the door open or if it got blown open, but I was like, oh, time to go to bed. I hope nothing creepy happens. Looked outside and the car door is open in a snowstorm. That was so freaky. Weird. Oh my god. The shovel knight! That was right there! Incredible! My shovel knight. I had a fantasy that, like, he was just living next door renting, and he's just been seeing me, just like as a neighbor, get out of my car looking like pissed, disturbed, traumatized, listening to the most like upsetting music ever with like blue makeup and blue hair and everything. And he was like, you know what? I would shovel her car off if she is in a bind. I'd do anything for that weird old girl next door. Like, I just imagine you see somebody that distraught in a part of my life like this, and you like imagine things about their life. Like, why do they look so fruity and disturbed every day? I don't know. The song goes. Damn. Ocean's 8 Alaska? Sure hope they did. Did this start off like electronic? Chat? Chat doesn't know. When I'm playing Switch, I have to listen to my own music because I can't get the game audio. Although I do have it on my TV. That's certainly game audio. Yeah, no, it could be worse, but I don't have it in my headphones. I choose my words. I mean, I'm owning it now. It's fun. It is fun. It took the worst and like this weird emo, everybody wants to be alt resurgence thing to tap into the like, yeah, I wish I had a scene phase part of me. Now here we are. Here we are, Juggernaut. I feel like bringing like trauma into my personality and personal description isn't like ideal for development, but it is if we describe how I look these last couple years, the reality. we were talking about poor meow meows in the camp Discord, and we were getting into like what makes a poor meow meow. And the more I was talking about it, the more I was like, I think I need to work on myself next year. And Kaito Sensei was like, don't worry, I feel the same way. And I'm like, thanks. I don't want to be a poor little meow meow anymore. Oh, yes! How does this keep going? It's like a Tumblr thing. Like a poor, sopping, wet, helpless beast. Like a really broken adult. I think that was the term we were using. Maybe it was a different one. But I think that's the term we were using. It was some Tumblr people talking. So dusty. That hurt. It probably is because of that. Oh, this is hard. I'll do any label. I'll do any labor. Oh god, that's not how it works. Right in the face. This is the first one where I have to be like, okay, how many times did I die on this? I want to see 400, 500. It might be in the thousands. I've certainly done thousands, I think. This is weird. Kuwaisonyanya? Kuwaisonyanya? That seems so right. Ugh. Okay, then we're doing it this way. Okay, then we're doing it that way. Okay, then we're going to do it a little mix. And then if that doesn't work, we're gonna do it in the middle. And if this doesn't work... That felt right. That felt great. It's because I listened to Mamoru Miyano as Kotaro all day. Bam! Down! Down! Okay, I got it now. There's actually a thing to it. Down! Down! Get me out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. That didn't feel like a puzzle at first. This never ends. Kawaii-shu, nya-nya. Kawaii-shu, nya-nya, desu ka? I'm just gonna fucking run. Okay, well, fuck that. Fuck. Oh my god. Fuck. Bop. 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 Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da. Bop. 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 Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da. Bop. 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 Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Bop. 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 Ba-da. Ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. I definitely misinputted. So the thing about Screamo is, like, the lyrics are devastating. Like, emo music, like, you get caught alone and you're hearing these people and how sad they are. And it's really sad. You're either, like, looking at it from the outside and being like, man, life is tragic, and feeling this very nuanced thing, or you're feeling personally connected and you're like, God, I feel bad. Maybe I feel heard. That's the peak. I feel heard. I find it's very hard to stay in that I feel heard place, and after a while this becomes like kind of reinforcing the sad story. But the style of the music is like raw determination to me. I have such a strong connection with it now, like double bass, metal, screaming metal. Like, it's so tight, it's so driving, it's so powerful and raw. Like, it's just like raw determination to me, which is not inherent to Bad Times. And I don't know, I feel like even though it's like, oh, I had my emo phase and I moved on and everything, like, yeah, I don't really feel as bad as I did when I started listening to a lot of this music in 2021. I don't necessarily want to keep hearing about suicide every night, but it's gonna be hard to stop listening to the music itself for the musical part, you know? Like, I am kind of at the point where I'm a little done hearing such sad music, like, lyrically all the time, but it means so much to me at the same time. We've reached an impasse. I've been trying to dial it back to Muse, which is like a classic favorite band of mine that I go in and off of actually actively listening to, but it's like the most taste-making band for me because it was the first one that I felt strongly about. And I have to like sit, it's like Hollow Knight, I'm like so overexposed to it that I have to like sit, go through the burnout, feel it finally, and then I'm like, oh wait, you guys are pioneers of like new metal, according to some people. I never even thought of you as hard rock, but listen to that guitar and I'm like, well, I could take this. I could listen to this and get my fix for hard, biting, driving music with far, far less raw lyrics. I'm like, maybe I could tone it down a little bit in 2023. Up we go. And we're gone. I'm probably gonna have to pause it. I'm pretty sure I can pause it at this checkpoint, because I can't fathom this being short based on what I remember, nor easy. I am, however, pretty pumped. No, it's been long. That's what I meant earlier. These B-sides, like, I couldn't fathom in 5 streams getting through all the B-sides, but right now maybe I could. Still. I've never done all the B-sides on one file. I mean, maybe I'll work on it on my own. It's pretty fun. I'm probably gonna be in a Celeste mood. Oh shit. Cave Story has a really fun segment like that with like a hyper fast boss and a really narrow corridor at the bottom where you have to really time it perfectly. It's pretty fun because when you're looking at it, you're like, that's impossible. I'll come back later. But it is doable. It just takes good timing. And this seems to also take good timing. Or foresight, at least. Nah, this is a fake out. This can't be the end. It looks like the end. It's ending part coded, but... I remember this being really long. This is a pretty cool song. Ooh. Oh, did I already add this? Don't spawn. Don't spawn. No, it's just a cool band. Does anyone have New Year's resolutions this time? Mine are kind of embarrassing. They're very earnest, like I thought on them, but they are so generic. I actually want to get back to practicing my mindfulness routine at the end of the night, because that's like crucial to me doing well. I didn't think I'd ever really lose it, but I kind of did the last few years, meditating and stuff. It's so embarrassing, but I want to practice gratitude more. It's so oh, mindfulness gratitude, real original, but I really do, like, I really want to practice being more grateful for things every day. I'm getting old, okay? I got these boring feelings. Get fucked. Really? That's awesome, Ravi. I mean, I'm biased. I'm really biased, but yeah. For me, games with finite stories are the most fulfilling, so it's cool to hear people say that. My friend Liz just swore them off. I mentioned Celeste. She's like, oh, I should finish that. No, fuck finishing games. I'm just gonna play Splatoon and Genshin and just whatever. It's totally different styles. I mean, I don't know much about the other way of playing, so can't say much. Oh, what's your intention? Really, Genshin? Gosh. Do you play 14? Final Fantasy 14? Was it maybe a phase? Ooh. Oh my god, Noreen, yeah, I can't believe it. There's so many times where I was like, my back is against the wall. I've gotta go hard. One Ikani, activate! And literally, it is embarrassing how bad I did this year, despite how serious I was about my lofty goal. I feel like I'm on track now if I just took a normal, healthy amount of wonk, but yeah, it was embarrassing. I'm setting my expectations too high. It is legitimately tiring. It is just not, nope, it's not easy to squeeze in. Oh, really? Oh, wow, good luck. Good luck to you. This is kind of why I think of January as a time when the challenges of the year kind of get presented to you. Because it used to be that every year in high school, this is sad, but I would realize that this isn't going to be the year that I come out. It'll be next year. Or next year I'll get hormones. Next year I'll do this and that. So it's exactly that. The year comes around, it's like, oh, now it's time. I gotta start thinking serious thoughts if I'm gonna, like, come out or... Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Each year I feel like it reset, you know? I'd give up at some point and realize that it's not the year. And then January comes, and now it is the year. And that was such a vulnerable feeling. Oh my god, that was vulnerable. Oh, I'm working on my core too, actually. My friends and I are doing a core routine. Really? Wow, do know. I found... Fuck, I mean... Oh, fuck. If you want it, you know, if there's stuff that you want with trans stuff. Like, you actually genuinely want it. It's fuck. I mean, it's there's a reason that the trans game is about climbing a mountain. As we've been talking about, I don't think I need to clarify that. I don't really want to pressure people, like my friends, to be like, oh yeah, everybody should do X, Y, and Z. Like, not everybody needs to do things to feel their gender, you know? But, if you do want to do it, it's gonna be scary. You gotta be serious. Oh my god, I can't believe it's over. I'm so happy. I mean, this room looks like hell, but... That's really cool, Robbie. I've been out of, because of trans stuff, I transitioned to a trans-specific doctor in the city, but they're just not really easy or convenient to work with, so I really need to get a physical myself. It's not going to be easy, but that kind of stuff gets harder, I don't know, as I got older. Exercise, yeah, I really do want to work. My other one is kind of just listening to my body and starting, because in the bigger picture, I want to get an actual exercise routine and start caring about cooking. Especially if I'm going to be living alone next year for work. I know it's not going to be easy. I want to start with the bottom and just, you know, notice more stuff about food. Notice what makes my body happy. The therapy that I've been doing for years is all about body awareness. So I want to apply that to, like, hey, sitting around, not exercising, stressing, being in my head, bottling up my emotions, my body's pissed. And eventually I think that'll naturally make me want to exercise more and do stuff that I want to do. I want to start dancing more. I like that. I feel good about it, but it's hard. It's really hard to do. Even stuff you enjoy that's physical, for me at least. So I want to start this year with planting the seeds of awareness better, because I know I've been good at that in the past, and I at least got to bring it back. And then 2024, I might be like, oh yeah, we're cooking every night or something like that for a resolution. Oh, good luck, Robbie. Good luck with that. Yeah, that sounds really hard. If you're not sure if it's for you or not, that must be really complicated. It's such a thing. Hormones are complicated. To buy a Wii? Oh yeah. Oh boy. Oh. All my dear friends talking about coming out at work and going on hormones. My 17-year-old self was with you. I really was just like, fuck it. I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna get this done or die trying. Which really did help me during the quarter life crisis that I very much had. Like, I can call it an emo phase, I can call it COVID sadness or whatever, but I had a full-on quarter life crisis that I'm crawling out of. And it was the 16-year-old in me. Not to be like, toughen up, follow your dreams, but because that's the route that I went, where I was just like, fuck it! I don't give a shit! I'm either gonna get these drugs or die trying! I can do that shit. I can push myself through shit. I'm more trying not to push myself through shit and listen to myself and take things slower better. So I admire people who sit and wait and do things when they're ready and go with it, because now I've got other problems. Good karma. Yeah, haven't got that one in years. You said you go swing dancing? Where do you go? Wait, I would do any kind of dance. I don't know. I just move my body. I just listen to music and I move my body, and do weird dances. I'll do any dancing. I mean, I really just like the whole. It's really new to me, so it's all kind of exciting right now. Ugh, I hear you, Robbie. Yeah, it's like Pokemon suffocate in your mental maze telling you that you can't get anything done, and Pokemon strap yourself to a jet and just hope that your bones don't break following your dreams. 804 deaths! Oh my gosh. if there's one near the valley and I'm home, if I can like drop in for one day, that would be awesome. Cause like my vision of dance classes is just like a bunch of 16-year-old cis high school girls who have been doing it for their whole lives, dancing to music that I don't know, and everything about that is very uninviting. My mental image of dance classes. But when I think about the dancers that I knew in high school, I'm like, dude, that could be me. Like, I like how they were in their body. I just think I don't do enough yoga. Yoga's always been a part of my life, but I don't do it enough. I don't know, flexibility. I want to work on that kind of stuff. Maybe I will start with that this year because that makes my body happy. Whoa. That sounds so cool. Yeah, 804 deaths. This is our first of the month, our first epic death count. Celeste's so hardcore. It honestly helps the whole trans thing, as probably everybody in the chat can understand. Like, it's just such a trans story. I know what they mean now. Like, it's not trans. They don't take credit for trans rep because they don't mention Madeline's gender identity transition status in the story itself. But it is a trans story. It's so fucking trans. Wow. New file. Madalenia. We're already at a lot of freaking strawbies. And 1,200 deaths. Wow, is that? I might go with you if I can drop in. That sounds really good. I would love to do that kind of thing when I'm home at Dad's. I don't know when the next time that'll be, though. Oh, it might be this month. It might be this month. I've been talking about going home midweek to break up stuff because I kind of am going to go crazy alone in my room all week doing this stuff. So I might do my work at Dad's house one week. And if I'm doing that, I'll be free in the evenings. Oof. Oofy doofy. Ugh. The pandemic was also like, it just rapidly pushed everybody I know into either like emotional repression, emotional denying, just work, warrior lifestyle like I have, or like complete freeze up, giving up on things, totally locked down on their dreams, like shut off from them. It's just been so hard to do and achieve things for the last couple years. That's something for the therapists. Are all three of these Madelines blinking? That's hilarious. Oh, we got this. Yeah. Well, I always get the level 3 B-side. That's funny. I guess I just don't always do it. Although I do seem to be doing it quite a lot. Well, I guess it's a tradition. No. No. I've never beaten it. Or maybe once on a different file, but this is my original one. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna be going to bed. This is a good start. I thought this would be a short night, but I ended up getting a second wind. Did they blink sync? Speed run to blink sync? Blink sync %. What is this? Who's yelling at me? That one's too much. That's too much for midnight. Welcome. So yeah, I'm gonna do. I mean, I might change it to Saturday. Keep an eye out. But for now, for next weekend, I'm gonna do same thing, same time every weekend for January. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a 5th one on the first week of February because I still have school off. And yeah, we're doing at least 3 more weeks, if not a 4th. Lots of Mr. Oshido's Grand Celestial Resort Hotel. I wanted to play this Splatfest tonight. I can't. I will, but I can't. It's a paradox. The gamer's paradox. I know, Juno. That's crazy. Pokemon now and never. That's so early. I like that. I'm sour. I have to be honest. I don't like playing a big man's team because he's always winning at halftime and all but one time has then lost it to Shiver's team. And it seems like people are just picking on idols and this is going to be the same thing again. Although I will say, if you want to pick Team Sweet, it's spicy, sweet, sour. I definitely encourage folks to do that because I think this could be when Fry wins it because I think Sweet has to be a gimme. Sweet has to be the most popular of these three. Like sour and spicy are like inherently niche because they cause pain. If Digman and Shiver run away with it just for being them again, that's crazy to me because I see Sweet as easily the most popular pick. Good. It's a narrow line, Naoto Sensei. I love Splatoon. Next week, we're probably going to do Golden Ridge Chapter 5 and their B-sides. I actually really enjoyed doing the B-sides as we went tonight. We can savor the story that way. Pew, pew, pew. We missed the... Oh yeah, the blue heart. Fuck that blue heart. Fuck that blue heart. I mean, I can replay it and it'll take like 5 minutes, so I might... No! I wouldn't be playing Splatoon in the bathroom. I'd be doing it right in the Uchi. I love Fry. I hope she wins this weekend. I want this fucking Zelda game to leak. I cannot go another month. It is painful. This hype cycle has been so long. I can't believe this is what Zelda fans go through. This has been so long. Okay, let's wrap it up. No, I want a January Direct. Screw it. We have to. Bring it. They did a really good blowout on Bowser's Fury and Forgotten Land in January. And they still had February Directs. So give us a fucking Tears of the Kingdom Direct. Alright, good night, gang. Ugh, my body ain't happy about this. Ugh. Yeah, Celeste. Yeah, absolutely. Same time next week. I can finally say that. It's my dream. Consistency. Night.